Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 4th, 2021 meeting of the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Trustees. At this time, we'd like to, in attendance, please keep your videos off and audio muted unless you're presenting information or speaking in public comment. We're offering translation services for our Spanish-speaking attendees. To access translation, please click on the globe at the bottom of your screen and then the language. At this time, we'd like to ask if anyone who needs translation would please click on the participants icon at the bottom of your screen and raise your hand.
Buenas tardes a todos y bienvenidos a esta nuestra reunión del Consejo Educativo del Distrito Escolar de San Luis Coastal del día 4 de mayo. Esta junta va a estar siendo interpretada al español. Si necesitan servicios de intérprete, cuando yo termine de hablar, en la parte inferior de su pantalla, junto a participantes, van a ver la imagen de un globo terráqueo. La pueden presionar y pueden escucharme en español. Si pueden, por favor, levantar su mano para dejarnos saber si hay participantes que necesiten de los servicios, se los voy a agradecer mucho.
Thank you. The board met in closed session and discussed two items. First was personnel review and possible action on employment, dismissal, or discipline of district employees. The second was an action item, and that was conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, board president, unrepresented employees, superintendent and assistant superintendents. So I'll now read a statement from the closed session. During the closed session this evening, the board completed its evaluation of the superintendent. We're extremely pleased to report that the superintendent received a positive evaluation. Dr. Prater continues to provide excellent leadership and has been instrumental in guiding the district through a difficult year. As a result of his receipt of a positive evaluation, Dr. Prater's contract will be extended one additional year from June 30, 2023 to June 30, 2024. In addition, he will be entitled to a 2% merit-based salary increase effective July 1st, 2021. And the vote was 7-0 for the contract extension. Dr. Prater has also concluded his evaluation of Ryan Pinkerton, Assistant Superintendent of Business and Physical Support Services. Mr. Pinkerton received a positive evaluation and continues to provide excellent leadership over his departments. As a result of his receipt of a positive evaluation, Mr. Pinkerton's contract will be extended one additional year from June 30, 2023 to June 30, 2024. In addition, he will be entitled to a 2% merit-based salary income increase effective July 1st, 2021. The vote on that was also unanimous, 7-0, with no noes and no abstentions. We need to move on to a consensus on the order of business, and I believe, Dr. Prater, you need to address us on this.
Yes, over the weekend, I received communication that our demographer, who is going to participate in the CVRA conversation, has multiple districts that he's actually working with this evening. So he would prefer, if we could, to start with that item first. So the item of public hearing and resolution, and then move that up to the top. And then the demographer will need to go to another meeting at 6 p.m. So then after that, we'll start with our presentation for Los Ranchos, the student reps, the Los Ranchos presentation, and the recommendations from the various groups.
So, Dr. Prater, I'm not sure if we need a consensus on this order of business. I know it's a change in the agenda, so I'm assuming that everybody's okay with that? Yes. Okay, I'm seeing a consensus. Then we're going to move to item hold on just a second, to item 9.01, election of board members, second hearing regarding potential composition of trustee area prior to drawing maps pursuant to Education Code Section 10010, subdivision A1, and adopting resolution number 22/2021, approving criteria for developing trustee area boundaries. This is also, I believe, a public hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I think the way that would be best for us to handle it would be to hear the presentation. Then we'll open the public hearing, to take comments, and then we'll bring it back to the board. So Dr. Prater?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Chelsea Olson Murphy from Lozano Smith, and she will introduce Doug Johnson from our demographer group. And so Chelsea, take it from here.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to just jump right into it so we can get Doug going to his next meeting. But you'll recall that at the April 20th meeting, the board adopted resolution number 2020-21, redeclaring the board's intention to transition from at-large to by trustee area boundaries, where each board member must reside in the designated trustee area boundary and is elected by only the voters in that trustee area. Also at the April 20th meeting, the board considered information on the process for utilizing potential criteria for drawing the trustee area boundary maps and held its first statutorily required hearing to receive input from the community on the trustee area map creation process. So tonight, the board will continue that process for transitioning from its current at-large system to a by trustee area system. We're lucky enough to have the district demographers here tonight, and Doug Johnson and Daniel Phillips from National Demographics Corporation will present additional information for the board to consider about the process and the criteria for drawing the trustee area boundary maps. And then following that presentation, the board will hold the second required pre-map hearing to receive input from the community. And with that, I will turn it over to Doug and Daniel.
So, thank you very much. And it is my pleasure to be with all of you. And we do appreciate your flexibility on the timing. This is getting to be our busy time, of course. So it looks like I have the participant that's NDC, that's Douglas Johnson, NDC computer. I need to be able to share my screen. Sorry, I have my video on my phone and then the presentation on the computer. So that's why there's two of me.
Yeah, Doug, we're working on getting you connected so you can share your screen.
Perfect. Thank you.
You should be able to share your screen now.
Okay, yep, there we go. Okay. So I will start with this. So let's see, make it bigger. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the same presentation that the board saw last time. So the reason for the statute is to encourage the public to have two chances to hear it for people that did not hear it last time. So I'm going to go jump in. And first of all, just so folks understand, what we're talking about is the system of election for the board. So I do want to emphasize this does not impact attendance zones at all. So which students go to which kids which students go to which schools, sorry, is not impacted by this process at all, even though there's often references to attendance zones as communities of interest. All we're talking about is how is the board elected? Most school districts in the state still are what's called at large, but of course the CMR, I'm sorry, San Luis Coastal. San Luis Coastal is moving to by district elections. So this is the new system. Each board member will represent a designated geographic area, and only the voters in that geographic area will vote for the board members. This is definitely the change that's sweeping the state. Well over 200 school districts have already switched to by district or by trustee area election systems since the passage of the California Voting Rights Act. And the law was written really to push jurisdictions of all kinds, cities, school districts, and special districts, to move towards by district election systems. just very briefly on the California Voting Rights Act. We've had the Federal Voting Rights Act since 1965, and there were 4 tests that a district had to fail before the court would order it into by-district elections. California in 2002 made it much easier for plaintiffs to win these cases and to force that change by essentially eliminating or downplaying at least 2 of those 4 tests. So now they've eliminated kind of the minimum size for the population in question and a totality of circumstances test that looked at whether race was really driving voting. And all they left in place was if they can show a plaintiff's ability to elect has been impaired, then it's just a straight statistical test that shows whether or not the court would order the jurisdiction into by-area elections. This greatly simplified process for potential plaintiffs has had a huge impact. We've only had 3 cases on the merits: Palmdale, Santa Clara, and Santa Monica, and all 3 lost at trial. Santa Clara, actually, after I rewrote this slide, Santa Clara did lose its appeal and decide not to appeal anymore. Santa Monica is still in the appeals process. And these cases are very expensive. Modesto, who argued an earlier constitutionality question, and Palmdale each spent almost $2 million on their defense. Santa Monica has spent an estimated $8 million so far. And plaintiffs, who won in trial, have asked for $22 million. So if the city loses on appeal, they're on the hook for tens of millions of dollars. And you can see the long list of large financial awards on the right-hand side. I will say those financial awards have driven most of the jurisdiction decisions, much more so than any actual voting rights violations or any civil rights violations of any kind. So you see in this list, we've had 144 cities switch. And just to put that in context, only 29 cities were by district before the California Voting Rights Act came into effect. Even more, at least 240 school districts have made the switch that San Luis Coastal is now looking at. 34 community college districts have changed. 1 county board of supervisors, because it was the last one. All the other 57 were already by district. And now we're seeing more and more action in special districts. Healthcare districts, airport districts, water districts are more and more being forced to change. So we've called this a quiet tsunami sweeping the state. So what's involved in this process? So there's really 2 stages of the process. First is the 2 initial hearings. These are held prior to the release of draft maps. As you just heard, tonight is the second of those meetings. And the goal is to educate residents and to solicit input on the communities of interest in the district that we'll use as building blocks as we move forward. Later on, we'll release draft maps at least 7 days prior to the 3rd hearing. So we're looking at it in about a week, or no more than a week, I should say. And then on May 18th and June 1st will be 2 additional hearings to discuss and revise those draft maps and to discuss the election sequence that results from that. The election sequence is which seats are up in which years. And then we're looking in mid-June at adopting the map. This is an unusual process in that there's one more step. The county committee then has to hold a hearing and approve the board approved map. So the board vote is not the final step in this process. In terms of the
Could you quickly explain what the county committee is and what its function is?
Sure. It's a very little known group. Thank you for that question. The county committee's primary process is to evaluate and rule on territory transfers. If one school district is looking to give territory to another school district, the county committee is this very influential but very low profile decides on that. They also happen to have this role of approving the transition to by district elections. So they won't, in the future, when the maps are updated following every decennial census, those updates don't go to the county committee. It's just this first transition to by area elections. So in terms of the rules, there's really 2 sets of criteria that govern how the lines are drawn On the left-hand side, you see the federal laws. These are your requirements. We must have an equal total population in each trustee area. And the margin on that is very small, just a couple of percent deviation from perfect balance is allowed. Then we have to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And also we have to avoid any racial gerrymandering. So race is clearly a factor. That's how we make sure we don't violate the Federal Voting Rights Act, but it cannot be what's called the predominant factor. That's where, when race becomes predominant over all the other considerations, then that becomes racial gerrymandering. So those are the three requirements. Then on the right, you have your other criteria, what are often referred to as traditional redistricting principles. So first, you can look at communities of interest, be they neighborhoods, attendance zones, whatever they might be. And I'll come back to those as well. And then we want the lines to be, or the trustee areas to be compact, contiguous, and follow visible, natural, and man-made boundaries. All three of those are really so that the trustee areas are easy for voters to understand and to explain to each other. When they want to go knock on doors for a candidate they like, it makes sense to try to have the districts or trustee areas be easily understood so they know which doors to knock on. Then you can, of course, consider, the courts have affirmed that this is a legitimate consideration. You can consider where the current board members live in an effort to avoid head-to-head contests to the degree possible within the other criteria. We describe this as respecting the voters' choices because it's really about letting the voters decide which board members have earned re-election. If 2 or more board members end up in one seat, well, then it doesn't matter if the voters like and think both deserve re-election. One of them is going to have to go because of where the lines ended up. So you can take that into consideration. And then once we have the final census data down the road, then the lines can be updated to take into consideration areas that might be faster growing than other areas over the course of the decade. I'm not going to go through all this data, but one of the things I do want to emphasize that there is a lot of data that we provide. In the top left corner, you see the total population count. That is the key number at 90,912, including the prison, and I'll come back to that in a moment. So each of the 7 trustee areas must include 1/7 of that, and that's where you get the number shown on the left of just under 13,000 residents per trustee area. Now, it's a little bit unusual in that currently it's a question of whether or not to include the prison population. Post the census data release, the updated numbers, you will have to exclude the prison. So we also ran the numbers excluding the prison, and it probably makes sense to do that now and to incorporate that now in that your numbers drop down a bit. You can see the total population there is down to 84,000, and your target for each of the 7 trustee areas is about 12,000 people. All the other data here, you see the citizen voting age population data in the top left. That's the data we look at to ensure Voting Rights Act compliance. The registration and turnout data by surname is also used as supplemental for the Voting Rights Act compliance. And then on the right is all data that we'll provide in maps about age, immigration, language spoken at home, language fluency, education levels. Those can all be used to identify communities of interest. And so we provide that data if any interested residents want to look at that data as they're identifying their communities of interest and suggesting map ideas. Coming back briefly to the Voting Rights Act compliance, what we're really looking for is a geographic concentration where there's a neighborhood, in this case of Latinos, who are large enough to influence the demographics of the trustee area. So, for example, you can see a couple of large red and yellow and green census blocks in the middle. And red, yellow, and green are 50% or more of the eligible voters in that area are Latino. But because each of those large geographic areas only holds a couple of people, that's not going to impact the demographics of any trustee area. So we really don't get any large geographic concentrations that are going to drive a potential majority seat, or where we have to be sure to keep that area together by the data to ensure compliance with the Voting Rights Act. Of course, you still might get community of interest testimony saying, please keep this area together for language reasons or other things like that. And you take that community testimony into account. Asian Americans, similarly, no large geographic concentrations. Again, you've got a couple of red census blocks that have very few people in them. And then same thing with African Americans. So we don't have a lot of limits and restrictions in terms of the Voting Rights Act compliance for this jurisdiction. And that means that the discussion is going to be very heavily focused on communities of interest. Which communities of interest really exist within the school district, and how should those be treated? And so it could be anything. It could be a school attendance zone. It could be an area, between major roads, an area around a park. It could be shared demographic characteristics, any of those age or education or income level things I mentioned, or in particular, language isolation comes up a lot. But whatever people consider their community of interest, we want to hear about. With a second question of, do they think that area would be best off united in one seat that would maximize its voting power and its ability to elect that one board member? Or would it be better to have two representatives representing it? That reduces that neighborhood's odds of electing their preferred candidate in each of those seats, but means they have two board members accountable to them rather than just one. We often see this with attendance zones. Obviously, they're areas that people identify with when they're talking about their schools, but often they don't want board members to feel like this is my school, that's your school. And so we actually get public input saying it's better to have multiple representatives for each school attendance zone so that the board avoids that kind of balkanizing impact that can often happen. Speaking of those attendance zones, just to get the discussion going and get anyone watching this thinking about it, we do have the map that Dr. Phillips collected from your district showing the attendance zones. So we put this up so people can refer to it in their feedback and in their input to this discussion. In particular to that question I just asked about, do residents and the board feel that each attendance zone would be better off in one seat or having multiple representatives to the degree possible? So that's really our goal in terms of the public hearing, is to get input on what are the neighborhoods, what are the communities of interest, and should those areas be kept together. There's also another piece tonight. Let me switch over here, which is the criteria. So you have your resolution, which encompasses the factors I was just talking about. Oh, I need to, let me stop sharing and share the criteria document separately. There we go. So you have this resolution before you. It goes through the usual whereases. And then it lists the criteria. You see the 3 required criteria already checked. The federal requirements are not optional. But then we get into the list of criteria. So compact, contiguous, observing communities of interest, taking into account visible features, the same criteria that I just went through that are the traditional principles that you want to look at. And then note number 10, should comply with such other factors which become known during the redistricting process and are formally adopted by the board. So this is one opportunity for the board to weigh in based on public input in your own judgment to add any considerations that you'd like us also to take into account. You can either vote just to adopt this list as is, or you can add to it, or if you wish, you can tell us to not check some of the criteria of the optional criteria, and then we won't take those into consideration as the process goes forward. So that is my presentation leading into the hearing. Happy to answer any questions you have now or after the hearing. And I should.
I'm going to go to the board first. I see Eve's got her hand up. So the board questions first, then we'll go to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Ms. Dobler-Drew.
Yes, hi. I appreciate the presentation. It's very clear in a lot of ways, but I have a question about, well, if I've been thinking about it, and we have 7 areas, although now I'm a little confused because you said multiple representatives for each zone. I'm trying to get that together. So I really have 2 questions. One is, we have 7 board members, and that's the size of our board. How would we be guaranteed that we would have enough people, or any, wanting to run from those smaller territorial by areas? How would we know that we just wouldn't have a board of 3 members because people from that area didn't didn't run? That's the first question. Could you address that one?
Happy to. There's no guarantee of anything, of course.
We have to have a board.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, that the same issue could be asked for district-wide elections. It's just less, the smaller the election areas get, the more likely that nobody runs. But at 12,000, that's still quite a few people, especially in a fairly high participating, high turnout area like San Luis Coastal. So it is a risk. What we've seen in our experience with a few hundred of these now is it does happen on occasion, unfortunately, where nobody will run, but it's fairly rare. It's extremely rare, actually. What happens more often, which is also unfortunate, is there were a definite step up in uncontested elections, where incumbents are less likely to be challenged in a by area system, in part because you have to go head to head, as opposed to, two incumbents running for election when there's 3 seats up, or having an open seat amongst the incumbents. So there's no guarantee, unfortunately.
Well, we might not have incumbents in all of the areas, that once we get them made. But the other question is, you said it's better to have multiple representatives for each attendance zone. How would we have multiple if we're going to have 7 zones? How would we have multiple? And how
Sure.
are you thinking about that? Can you add details?
Sure. So the wording, I think, can be very confusing, because normally we talk about election districts, but this is a school district. So instead of calling them districts, we call them trustee areas. So when I refer to zones, I'm actually talking about the attendance zones. So the idea would be that a given school attendance zone would have multiple trustee election areas covering it. So you can't have multiple trustees from a single trustee area. They have to be one trustee for one trustee area. But you might have 2 trustees covering the attendance zone. So sorry about the confusing wording on.
I see that now. That makes it clearer for me. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just still concerned about, but I guess, because we have had some long-term board members here, and some of them have been uncontested already. And if we break down into smaller areas where they have to come from, I'm just concerned the board will only have 2 members.
If I'm not mistaken, and Chelsea, maybe you can help us with this, but I believe that in the event that nobody ran from a trustee area, the board would appoint. And so what we would do is we would have a process for appointing board members from that area, so that somebody would have to live in that area. They would follow the process to become appointed. They would be interviewed in public. And then the board would take a vote in public to determine who of the selection would actually join the board. And then they join the board for the remainder, I believe, of that term of office. Is that correct, Chelsea?
Yeah, and Mr. Unger, I think you've got that exactly right. And there can't be no board, as you mentioned. So there is an appointment process to handle it if nobody does run for a seat.
Huh. Well, that makes it no longer an elected office, at least for one term.
Yeah, and we have had board members who have left in the middle of a term, and we have had a couple of occasions where we've appointed new board members. So it does work. And then I think in the worst possible scenario, if there was less than a quorum, then I'm not sure if it goes to the county superintendent or the county board, but I believe it gets escalated to the county. Chelsea, can you help me with that one?
Yes, that's happened very rarely, but I think there is a process where it goes to, I believe it's the county superintendent, but it could be the board. But, we wouldn't anticipate that it would happen, for a majority of the board. You could see it potentially happening maybe in one trustee area or something like that.
Thank you.
Mark, I think you had a question?
Yeah, thanks. So Chris, if there's somebody else, I'll just ask one or two of mine and then.
Yeah,
I'll
go
be
ahead.
More than
ask
willing to
yours.
come
You-
back.
You have the floor right now, so go
Okay.
ahead.
First, it's a question of staff, if I can. So this presentation is always great, and I don't know if we got it last time, but can we get it as an attachment to our agenda each time? The pictures and and all of that?
Yes, I'll make sure yeah, we did that last time.
Yeah, I
and-
didn't go
But
look
we'll
at
get
it.
it again this time
Yeah,
too.
sorry, I didn't go look at it, and I
Yep.
apologize. I forgot how good it was. So my first question is, if we adopt this resolution the way it's written right now, so I think it's got 10 boxes at the end, does that limit us, if something else were to come up as we move forward, does that limit us to adding some other weird map that we want to pursue or look at? So if we were to be invaded from Mars and now there were aliens, can we include a map that has the aliens' residences? I don't know.
Sure. No, the number 10 on there is both anything that the board wants to add tonight, or it actually has, the wording of it has anything that comes up later in the process too.
Okay.
So you add criteria to that.
Thanks. Thanks. I just was worried about that. Is it possible then to look at voting patterns as we do this and include maybe that information? So we're going to have some traditional areas where there's not a lot of voting, not a lot of registered voters, maybe the way to do it. And I'm just wondering if we could also have that data as we're looking at drawing maps. So I just throw that out. And let's see, is there, and I don't know whether I asked this last time, but is it possible using our student database to show us pockets of socioeconomically disadvantaged students or something that shows us by wealth? Because it might be interesting to either divide that up or not divide it up, because as one board member pointed out to me today, not dividing it up may give a voice to a better voice for a certain group. So those are my three questions. I should have just asked one at a time. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. On the number of voters data, yes, that big spreadsheet with all the data on it that includes the registration counts and the turnout counts. All of that data is provided for every trustee area and every map. So you will be able to see the registration and turnout numbers. I realize you weren't asking, just want to clarify for people that are watching or gets later on. It doesn't include like Republicans versus Democrats or that kind of data. It's simply the count of registered and which addresses the question you're raising about making sure there are enough voters to have a voting block and likely candidates.
And it would also be legitimate to do the redistricting based on that voter information alone. So the propensity of somebody to vote or not vote.
No, the total population number has to be driven by the number of people, not by voters. And so you will run into issues of different numbers of registered voters, but certainly we can look at the data and make sure that there's a critical mass. It's very hard within the total population requirements to make an equal number of expected voters or registered voters in each seat. But certainly you'll see that there is, a certain number, X number of thousand in every seat at least.
Okay. And I'm just going to be clear as I can on this. My interest in registered voters is that it may be a way to help determine whether students from outside the area have an undue influence on local decisions. So I'm just kind of guessing that a lot of college students don't re-register for the few years that they're here. So that's my interest in that question.
Sure. Yeah. On the economic question you asked about, actually following the last meeting, district staff did provide a list of the Title I schools. And so we do have that data. And when you look at the attendance zones, we'll be able to highlight what are the attendance zones for Title I schools. So.
Other
Thanks.
questions? Sorry, other questions from the board? I did have a question. So first of all, I think we need to make it clear that we will not be presented with one map. Is that correct? We'll be presented with several iterations that then we'll take further public comment on those iterations, perhaps adjust the boundaries as necessary to, but understanding we have to achieve that balance and the total number of voters for the one person, one vote, right?
You're exactly correct, that we will give you maps and that provide different ways of approaching the pool of criteria, and then look to you for guidance on which make the most sense, and then to fine tune them.
And the question I had was, and I want to actually thank Mackenzie Schumann from the Tribune for spurring this question from me. So in San Luis Obispo proper, we expect housing growth in three. Right now, I'm seeing three particular areas, which all happen to be more in the southern part of the city, particularly around near the airport. We don't know, I guess we can look at the number of potential residents there. But my question is, we will be basing this on the 2010 and ultimately the 2020 census data as we revise this. However, those housing developments won't have been online at this point, and they won't be reflected in that census data, but we know they're out there. Do we account for that now, understanding that there is a little wiggle room? Or if we set up the boundaries, then would we have an obligation, I guess? Can we come back later, say in 3 to 5 years, and say, now this particular trustee area is so heavily populated that we've lost the one person, one vote, say 5 years in? Can we revise those boundaries at that point? Or do we stick with the boundaries we have until 2030 when we have the new census data?
So there's no requirement to revise them. As you say, we can take that into account by underpopulating that area by a couple of % this time around, but obviously that's a step to offset it, but it won't fully offset what's going to grow there. There is a mechanism in state law to update the lines mid-decade, but you do have to go back through the county committee again. So it's a fairly elaborate, complicated process. I'm actually not aware of a school district actually done that, but there may be one that I'm not aware of. So it is possible, but it's extremely rare to update your lines mid-decade. And the courts are very clear that the one person rule only applies after the census. They realize that the trustee areas and the city council districts and all those kinds of things are going to get wildly out of balance as the decade goes on. So you only have to update after each census. There is an option if you want to do it mid-decade, but it's a pretty complicated option.
So in looking at and producing maps for optional maps for us, will you look at the potential development that we know is occurring in San Luis Obispo, not necessarily on the coast, but in San Luis Obispo area proper?
Yeah, so this is the advantage you have of Dr. Phillips being on our team, is that he's actually a graduate of your schools and knows the areas quite well. And so, yes, assuming that is one of the criteria that is in the list and that stays in the list, then yes, we can certainly consider that and adjust as far as possible for that.
Other questions from the board before I go to the public? I'm not seeing any other board comment. So I'm going to open this public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to address the board, now is the time. And I'm going to read this as if it were public comment, although again, it is a public hearing. So what we're going to do, if you want to submit written comments on the, let's see. I just want to get the language correct for everybody out there. So if a speaker, here we go. We'll be opening public comment for this item. Actually, this is a public hearing. If you wish to speak at the meeting, click on participants icon at the bottom of your screen and select raise your hand. When your name is called, you may restart your video if you wish and unmute your audio. If you need assistance with your video, please let us know and we'll attempt to fix it. you have a problem with your audio, please click on the thumbs down icon and we will attempt to assist you. Now, also, you can submit written public comments to us as well, and we will read those. A reminder that all public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. All written comments will be limited to 450 words, which is the equivalent of about 3 minutes. So I believe there is a link on the agenda to submit public comment at this time if you want to do it as written, or you can give us oral public comment. Remember, you can't cede your time to anyone else. You do have 3 minutes. And let me see if sorry if I've forgotten anything else. Well, once you've spoken on this item, you will have had your 3 minutes, and people who submit written public comments will not be allowed to submit oral public comments. Or if you wish to submit an oral public comment and you send us a written public comment, we will allow, of course, for you to address the board, and the board will see your written public comment, but it will not be read at this time. So I'm going to open this public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to bring it back to the board for a motion on the resolution, and then we'll have discussion on that. So would someone like to make a motion on this resolution?
I'll move approval of resolution 22-20-21, adopting criteria for trustee area boundaries.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Buckman.
Well, and just to confirm, did you want to include all the criteria 1 through 10 in that motion?
Thank you. Thank you for reminding us that. So is now, I need some procedural help with this. Would this discussion at this point be where we would talk about which boxes to check, or would that be something that we would do later on? And the motion has not had a second yet. So the motion could essentially die at this point, and then we could have that discussion.
I think that would probably be the best way to move forward if the board would like to discuss which criteria it wants to include.
Okay.
I withdraw my motion.
Oh, that's fine. We'll let it die a peaceful death. So let's go back to the motion, to the resolution itself. And I think what I'll do is I'm going to read the various criteria, and let's see if there's agreement from the board. And then when we get to number 10, we'll see if there's additional criteria that the board would like to include.
And Chris, would it be helpful if Doug put it back up on the screen?
Yeah, if you could put it back up on the screen, that would be helpful. I know I'm able to look at it, but others may not. And I think it would be helpful for the public to see that. Okay. All right. So my understanding is that numbers 1 through 3 are mandatory, and I will read those for the benefit of the public. Number 1, the boundaries of the trustee areas shall be established so that trustee areas are at least as nearly equal in population as required by law. Number 2, the boundaries of the trustee areas shall not be gerrymandered in violation of the principles established by the United States Supreme Court in Shaw versus Reno 509 U.S. 630, 1993, and other applicable law. Number 3, the boundaries of the trustee areas shall be established so that the trustee areas do not result in a denial or abridgment of the right of any citizen to vote on account of race or color as provided in Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. Okay. So our first optional consideration or criteria is that the boundaries of the trustee areas shall be compact insofar as practicable. Is this something that the board would like to have included as our criteria? Please, if it is, show me your hand, thumbs up, and we'll get it on there. I think this is correct. I don't think we have to vote on these individually. I think we just need to get consensus. Is that, Chelsea, again, can you help me with that? Is that correct? Or do we
Yes,
need
and
to
then,
vote on
and then
each
in
one
the end, we'll
individually?
make a motion that includes all of them there.
Got it. Okay. So number 4, the boundaries. Do we have consensus that we want to include the boundaries of the trustee areas shall be compact insofar as practicable? You could show me thumbs up or shake your heads. I'd appreciate it. Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question of the demographer regarding that. One of the things that,
Mike, I think your mic's on. I think you just get a little closer to it.
oh, okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I think I was curious because one of the things you said about those, the criteria, that it makes sense to voters, and you talked about these other, compact, contiguous, and communities of interest, which seems really the broadest kind of category. So can you talk to me a little bit about what is the benefit to the voters I mean, you talked a little bit about that, why that's included, but could you give me a little bit of more explanation on that, please?
Sure. So for the voters, when they have a candidate that they want to go out and support and say knock on doors, and so they get their neighbors and they go door to door, it's easier to do that and to participate in the process if the boundaries are, say, the freeway to the river thing, rather than if the lines follow alleyways and side roads. Well, then they have to figure, is this house in, is this house in? And they could end up knocking on doors that aren't in the trustee area.
So does one have potentially, greater participation, voter participation with that, looking at that criteria, or that's not something that you've considered, or just curious?
Well, it's viewed, again, these are traditional principles. They're not statutory requirements, but they are considered traditional principles just so that it enhances, it makes it easy for those who want to participate. A compact trustee area is probably not going to decide whether or not someone gets involved in the election. But once someone gets involved in the election, a compact trustee area will make it easier for them to actually participate.
Okay, thank you.
So how does everyone feel about that? Mrs. Sheffer?
I would prefer not to include that at this time. I'd like to leave as many options open as possible. It's my preference.
Can you tell me more about that?
Well, I mean, I live out in the country, so I'm not compact no matter what, but I'm interested in, personally, as one person here, being inclusive of touching on as many school sites and things as possible. So that would preclude perhaps compactness.
I see. Mark?
Worse than when I'm home. I'm going to agree with Ellen on this one, and it goes to a concept I think that was brought up and discussed. Our Title I schools, I think, are predominantly, well, maybe not, but just in order to preserve our ability to include a Title I school within each person's district. I don't know whether that's going to happen, but I really don't want to do it because we chose number 4.
Other comments? So what I'm hearing you say is that you're concerned that number 4 will constrain the ability of the demographers to create a map that may include other possibilities at the expense of geographic compactness. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
I understand that in middle school and high school, all the kids stream in together. So, at some point, but it's more for the elementary sites that I'd like, as a trustee, I've said it before, I'll say it again, every kid is my kid. And I want to retain as many kids as I can, or at least pieces or share or whatever needs to be done. But so that's my view.
So
Mrs. Frame?
yeah, and I'm not at all wedded to really any of these. I just, hearing from community members, and they're very interested in that communities of interest. And so it's that, having a broad view where you're including different schools, I've also thought, does that dilute people's ability to have a voice being heard? So I don't know. It's just throwing that out there. So it's not the topography or that compactness so much, but it's what best serves the voters, I guess, is how I'm looking at it.
So go ahead, Ellen.
So does that mean, do they could have more than one trustee speaking for them? Or do they just want one? And I can't predict that. I have no idea what kind of preference there would be on behalf of the voters, but if more than one person shared a site, they would have more than one voice at the table. So
Theoretically.
that's my way of looking at it, which is what they have now. And it's not to say that now is perfect, but
Mhm.
I appreciate that, when we talk about a particular site, we all get to contribute, which we still would,
Mhm.
but our electors would also hear from have more than one view and know that they would have perhaps more than one person they could turn to with issues. So I would think they still could anyways, because we are a school district, but I think there may be a tendency, I see it as an opportunity, as a way to avoid balkanization. And that's avoiding that is really paramount to me.
So I think what you're saying is that we want to make sure that as these maps are being drawn, the potential maps are being drawn, that we don't want it to be based on attendance areas, or strictly attendance areas.
Right, so
And that
that's
we
why.
want to be able to leave it more open.
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
why if we just checked 1, 2, and 3, then we're doing what is legally required, but all these other options, we're not locked into doing them, right?
Well, let's deal with number 4, because I have some thoughts about what you just said. So it sounds like I'm not sure that there's consent. Well, I'm not hearing consensus on number 4. So my recommendation is that we do not include number 4. Is everybody okay with that? Marilyn, are you okay with that? Okay, good. So I'm going to say no on number 4. Number 5, the boundaries of each trustee area shall be created to contain contiguous territory insofar as practicable. So do we have any objections to that one?
And to the degree it helps, this is just the trustee areas all parts of the trustee area must touch each other. They can't have a piece in the north and then a piece in the south. They have to be connected.
And isn't that assumed by essentially sort of the mandatory ones, or is it not? And that's a question for the demographer.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gray area. We like to just be clear
Okay.
that it is required. And my apologies that I'm going to have to drop off, but Dr. Phillips can answer any questions that come up as we go ahead too. Thank you for being.
Okay, all right. So what about number 5?
Well, it sounds like we don't have a choice if all parts have to touch and they're all contiguous.
Yeah, so while I appreciate it, again, I am not sure why we should constrain ourselves at this point. And that goes to my question earlier, if we say yes to this, do we eliminate the ability for us to change our minds because something comes up in later in the month or in June? And so I see this as actually constraining as empowering. We could always later on decide that we want to have contiguous territories. If we do this, and I know it says insofar as practical, but I have no idea what that means.
Mm.
So I'm just going to follow Ellen's cue on this and my feelings, which is I see this as a possible constraint to doing a good job that
Mhm.
we need to do. So I'm not in favor of including it.
Well, I'm wondering how with the elimination of number 5 is that, because I do think that I actually think that the trustee areas should be contiguous insofar as practicable. But I guess I'm worried about the sense of sort of gerrymandering and we're not
Mhm.
talking about racial gerrymandering here, but sort of
No.
almost geographic gerrymandering. And I'm almost thinking of the map of Los Angeles, which includes about a 2-block strip from downtown Los Angeles to the Port of Los Angeles in order to maintain the power of the city of Los Angeles, of the Port of Los Angeles. So what I don't want to do is constrain us in ways that make sense as we see these maps. That makes sense? I don't know if that does or not.
I'm
Well,
not
and
sure.
could I just add
Are
something
you-
too? Is that this resolution is the board's instruction to district staff and the demographer when they're creating these maps to present to you. So while you don't want to constrain yourselves, you also want to provide that instruction on which criteria the board would like them to use in developing these maps.
Evelyn?
Well, and again, I'm thinking about what's going to make sense to the voters. And, if the voter sees this, hand that even though we are trying to be, as fair and avoid balkanization, I think the other perception could be, well, if it's not making sense to voters, then, and this seems like it would be something that they would kind of expect, then I would fall in the favor that this probably would make sense to the voters, and it's not constraining us by school boundaries, but it makes sense to them. And we want voter participation. We want them to understand that this process is open and transparent and it's fair. So it's that gray area, I think, that the demographer was talking about. So that's kind of where I land on that.
What I'm thinking, and probably how we'll have to handle this, is if we can't get agreement, consensus on each of these items, then what I would recommend is, it's going to be a little cumbersome, but I think it's what we'll have to do is somebody will have to make a motion to include what they need to include. We can vote on it. We can vote it yes, down, yes or no. And we'll just have to keep going through that until we get an accurate vote from the board. I'm not sure how else to handle it. If somebody else has another suggestion, please help me with this. Okay. So number 5 is contiguous territory. We have some that are in agreement with that, some that are not. Number 6, the boundaries of trustee areas shall observe communities of interest, such as the district's underlying high school attendance areas, rural or urban populations, municipalities, social interests, ag, industrial, or service industry interests, and the like, insofar as practical. Ellen and then Mark?
So I just have a question on that one that I'm unclear about. Is this indicating that areas of interest should be self-contained within a trustee area, so that if there's a high school attendance area, that should all be within one trustee area? Is that what this is indicating? Or all agricultural, there are parts of our district that are more agricultural than others, that those should be contained within one trustee area?
Not necessarily one. I don't think it's possible. It's certainly not possible for the entire San Luis Obispo High School attendance area to be kept into one trustee area. And I don't think it's possible for the other high school attendance area either. I think what this criterion is getting at is that, insofar as practicable, the boundaries that we draw for the trustee areas should try to follow the the boundaries of the high school attendance areas, as an example. So you would maybe have 2 or 3 trustee areas in the Morro Bay Los Osos area, and then you would have the rest in the San Luis Obispo area. And so there wouldn't be so much, again, insofar as practicable, there wouldn't be trustee areas that span that boundary. At least that would be the goal.
Thank you.
Mark?
Yep, thanks. So a similar question on this. I read 6 as being a broadening or giving a group of alternative map ideas as opposed to, and now I'm reading it, Ellen, and I could read it your way as well. So I might go with this if it said trustees areas might observe rather than must. I now see Ellen's point that this is more limiting than I would like. I would like to talk to the concept of balkanization. I find it to be a buzzword that sort of creates a visceral response in me, either for or against, but so much of our democracy is based on election districts, and I think that you can run from a district, bring that voice forward, and then still vote what's best for everybody. And so I don't see necessarily a problem with trustees representing smaller numbers of people and possibly people with a common interest. So I just need to share that.
Now, I have an interest in this, although I would rather have this be broader than constraining. I think that we do need to observe communities of interest, and I think that's sort of what we've been talking about. As I've said in the past, I believe that Morro Bay is a community of interest. Now, how that's split up, and this could also be part of number 7. That to me is clearly a community of interest. I think Los Osos is more of a community of interest than San Luis Obispo is. So I would like this not to be constraining, which I think when we say these such as, that's where perhaps we're getting more, we're having problems. I guess thinking about what you folks are saying is I want to support this. I would suggest perhaps we just say the board boundaries of each of trustee areas shall observe communities. Leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I'm going to try and go back to Ellen's concern about quote unquote balkanization. Then that creates, I will support it basically because I totally agree with it, but it is just another way. It could be another way of saying, I will support you on that, Chris. I agree 100%.
I wanted to, Chris.
Evelyn?
I wanted to ask Mr. Phillips, regarding the communities of interest, what Mr. Unger said about, Morro Bay is kind of a natural and Los Osos is kind of a natural regarding boundaries or what's the terminology, communities of interest. But what are, what is the potential, or what are those communities of interest that exist within San Luis? I mean, how would you potentially?
How do you determine the communities?
Yeah, how
of
would
interest?
you? What are the ways that you, since you're very familiar with what would you consider communities of interest within San Luis?
I think, for example,
For
example, it says these are examples, but it says social interests, service industry interests. Can you give us some more maybe concrete examples of what that might look like and what these might look like, please?
Certainly. So when you talk about social interests, I think a potential example would be interests that revolve around the university. So people who are students themselves are work at the university or live around the university, and so that would that would be certainly a potential community of interest. And you could also talk about industries that are more commercial. So we know about the downtown area of San Luis Obispo, and that might be considered a community of interest. So what exactly qualifies as a community of interest is very open to debate, and it is up to the board and the members of the public to give their input as far as what are meaningful communities of interest to them. So if you believe that downtown San Luis Obispo, for example, or the Cal Poly area or Los Osos, if these qualify as communities of interest in your mind, then that would be helpful to us, the demographers, as we seek to draw these lines. But it is an intentionally kind of open, more vague criterion, because the board and members of the public know the area best, and what qualifies as a community of interest in one locality may not actually qualify as one to people of another locality. So whatever is meaningful to you, and so any indications from you would be helpful in that. So if you have examples of communities of interest that you've already mentioned, Morro Bay, if you have examples of communities of interest that you think should be kept together in one trustee area, that would be helpful.
You know, as I look at 4 through 10, I actually, having now reread this several times, it feels like it says what it needs to say. It's doing what we need for it to do, which is to describe to people who are running for office or wanting to know where they vote. This answers that question. I would be in favor of just going ahead and taking 4 through 10, and we've already accepted 1 through 3. But I'm really kind of now not seeing what the issue is. If someone would like to articulate what their major concern is, that would be helpful.
Did you have your finger up there?
Yeah, I didn't want to keep on slicing the pie that we're talking about into infinitesimal pieces and getting into minutiae, but somehow the communities of interest that are talked about here, to me, they don't seem like for example, Cal Poly, most of them being students are not even going to care about the school district. I mean, I found that when I was campaigning. They said, I'd have to convince them that, yes, you ought to vote for the school board because the students are our future, and so on and so forth. But they didn't have any children. And so it seems like our stakeholders are families that are spread throughout, and that I don't see any communities of interest relating to the school population. Could you enlighten me? Because I'm not seeing it.
That question's back to you.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
I'm sure.
I think so. It's not
yeah,
for Chris. I was
yeah,
looking over that way, but it's
so-
not for Chris. It's for back over there.
So can you rephrase or just re-ask the question to him, please?
So to me, communities of interest don't relate to school populations for some reason. Like you mentioned Cal Poly, because the students don't have children, for example. And I don't know, any of these listed here. Agricultural there might be some families there, but so it just seems to me like the stakeholders are the families that have school-age children, and they are dispersed throughout the entire district. So can you tell me that I'm wrong, that there really are communities of interest that relate to school populations?
Could I interject?
Yeah,
Well-
go ahead.
Could I interject for just a minute? Ms. Obler-Drew, as you were talking, I was thinking about that really it is incumbent upon all of us to, we have our families and our students that are in our schools, but when we're asking, for example, the Measure D, we really had to, that was the entire community really had to be included. So I don't, while I hear what you're saying regarding the really reaching families with students, I also want to, make sure that we really rely on the support of the entire community for a lot of things we're doing, like our educational foundation and things we really want to do and broaden for our district. So if we don't really aren't, I guess, intentional in being inclusive in that matter, it could be, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. And the other thing is, I do want to make sure is that if we're going to include or Morro Bay as a community interest, I would recommend that Los Osos is very similar to Morro Bay, and that they are, they're just on the coast and they have very different government structures and populations, but they're kind of communities of interest. If you were to ask people living in Los Osos, they're connected to that community, and the same with Morro Bay. And that's why that challenge is, if we look at this criteria, our areas of interest, it may look differently in town versus on the coast, or maybe not.
I think that's helpful, especially when we're talking about, so thank you, Ms. McGrath. But we're talking, because we're talking about taxpayers are really funding the district, and the taxpayers are all in these different interest groups. So that does make it clearer. Thanks.
I also think that as we look at communities of interest, though, because we have to look at the total population, we can't just limit it to parents, for example. We have to look at that, what, 11,000 or so people, assuming we exclude the prison, the 11,000 or so people in that area as in toto as residents, right? Is that correct? That's the question back to you.
So if you exclude the prison, it would be about 12,000 for each trustee area.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying, when we're talking about communities of interest, we could talk about communities of interest as parents, but, and I think I don't know if we're spending too much time on this or not, but we think about communities of interest, we have to think about the total 12,000 people who are in that community as the community of interest. So we can mess around the edges, but basically we've got to have these contiguous areas that would include a community of interest. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, the total population numbers are very firm. Yeah, but what qualifies as a community of interest is dependent on what you and the public believe to be a community of interest, which may or may not. A community of interest in the context of a school board may very well be different from a community of interest in the context of a county board of supervisors or congressional district, something like that. So that's something that it's a fuzzy concept. So I want to try to give you some latitude here and say that you're not bound to define a community of interest in a certain way. It is whatever you think is meaningful in the context of your school board.
So Mark, I see over there, but I'm just thinking, Mark, this gets to your question about the socioeconomic status, I believe.
So when I looked at number 6, I thought, okay, the little last thing, and the like, and I'm hoping that can be inclusive of other groups of interest, communities of interest that come up as we look at the maps. And I'm going to come back to the 2 that I keep coming back to, and that's pockets of poverty, pockets of wealth, but whatever it is, socioeconomic status, and the other group that might come under the like might be a history of actual voting, what % of folks vote, or as you said, voter registration. But I'd like to see it actually. And the reason I keep talking about voter the number of people that actually vote is, my understanding for this push for these districts is to have better representation from underrepresented communities. And I'm still trying to work towards that. We don't necessarily have race. We may not have language, but I know we've got poverty in our district. And so I appreciate the opening, Chris, and you're right, exactly why I'm interested in this.
Other comments? Okay. Sorry. Oh, Marilyn, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there.
Yeah, I keep trying to get in, but I'm not physically present, so it's hard for me.
Apologize.
I think that one thing that we have to really keep in mind here is what underpins our district is the requirements that were set forth when the district unified, which is that there would be 3 trustees from the coast and 4 trustees from San Luis, Avila, and that little section of Shell Beach. So in trying to, I'm confused by the whole conversation about communities of interest. It's just confusing to me, but certainly Morro Bay has been lacking representation and has to be brought into this as either a trustee area of its own or carved out into a trustee area that incorporates some other area as well. I think having the areas contiguous, it makes sense in the way that the voters will understand that this particular area or section is a trustee area that I live in. I'm concerned about getting areas broken up so that they don't make sense to the voters. And also, I agree with what was said about it's not just the families with school-age children. It's definitely the grandparents. And it's the people who benefited from public education. So it's everyone who votes in our school district is a person who has concern. I understand what's being said about pockets of poverty and areas of affluence, and I too don't want to see those galvanized into their own districts. I see the possibility for a district where there's a high concentration of poverty, where there perhaps would be less participation, and an area of affluence where there may be more community participation. And I don't want to see that happen, if that makes sense.
Marilyn.
Just nod your head if it makes sense, Chris.
I'm sorry.
Nod your head if it makes sense.
I think you brought up a really good point, and that was a point that Lena Egan in her letter to us wrote, and that is historically our district was 3 representatives from the coast and 4 representatives from the city. My understanding is that was a remnant of the time when we had 2 school districts. We had a coastal school district and a San Luis Obispo school district. Therefore, San Luis Coastal Unified School District.
When we unified, that's what was, I believe, that was conditioned upon having 3 trustees from the coast and 4 from San Luis.
Doesn't the change in law supersede that?
Well, that's what
I mean, that's going to be, doesn't mean we can't still consider that as a board, but it's no longer the law. It's no longer what we have to do. It's
I don't know. I would ask.
I see
Murphy to respond to that.
Dr. Phillips nodding his head. I mean, the law has now changed. So it's been, you know, that will not be, we can the board has leeway to keep that as a criteria, but it is no longer correct me if I'm wrong, but that is no longer the criteria on which we establish trustee areas.
And that's exactly my question. And so Chelsea, can you weigh in on that, please?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Now, those are perfect examples of what could be used as communities of interest. You know, you're identifying Morro Bay and Los Osos, and that's exactly, you know, what we're talking about in this resolution. But you aren't encumbered by that. You're going to draw those based on populations. Does that make sense?
So based on population, then, is it conceivable that we would decide to have 2 trustees from the coast and 5 from San Luis?
You know, that could possibly happen depending on, and I'm not sure what the populations are on the coast right now. And I don't know, Daniel, if you know at this point, but yes, if there, you know, if we're drawing these boundaries with 12,000, you know, folks in each trustee area, then conceivably that could happen based on the population.
Because I think, now the new census will give us more current information, but I believe that best information that we have to date is that there are about 10,000 people in Morro Bay and 15,000 in Los Osos. So that would actually equate to 2 trustee areas.
Yes, that is correct. Now, there are some people who live outside of those towns, so they might be reflected. I don't know the exact numbers, but my best estimate is that you'd have enough population for about 2.5 trustees in the coastal region, which means that you can have 2, if you choose to do it this way, you can have 2 whole trustee areas that are just in Morro Bay and Los Osos. And then you'd have to have a trustee area that includes the rest of the Morro Bay Los Osos area, and then carry over into some part of the San Luis Obispo area.
Thank you.
Ellen.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, make clear to anyone listening that, you know, we've done this, we've had 2 trustee areas in the past. And I know that, you know, I am in trustee area 1. However, I believe that the students and families in trustee area 2 are just as much mine as the ones in trustee area 1. If we are split into 7 trustee areas, each trustee will still only have 1 voice on the board. We will still operate as a board of trustees. I, for at least, will still consider the district as a whole in making my decisions. Should I run, the people who voted for me can decide they don't want someone like that, and I wouldn't be elected or reelected if they feel they want someone to only represent their interests and to ignore 6 other trustee areas in the school district, which I find abominable myself, but you know, that's why we have a voting process. It is a nonpartisan position. I don't care who's Republican or Democrat. I don't want that broken down. We have a lot of retired people in this district. I think that's, you know, they're spread throughout, but there are pockets in some areas greater than others. They vote, they actually, I think a lot of retired people vote more than families. So I just want to make that clear that we will still be a 7-member board of trustees, and that we still will operate that way, that no one voice will, or no more, one trustee area will not have greater sway than any other. So that's my speech for the night.
Chris.
Yeah, Mark.
So I totally appreciate the concept that we somehow represent all the folks if we're in the situation that we're in now, but somehow that would change if we're elected by a smaller group of people. It's my sense that the reason we're even having this discussion is while this board is perceived or is very good about seeing things for everybody, that sometimes that isn't always true. And sometimes there are people that get left out of that. If we're in these smaller districts, then folks that maybe haven't always had a voice will at least have the ability to have a voice. And that voice will represent students in the district. And then all those voices will come together and the board will then just be able to discuss either whatever the makeup is by attendance areas, by population areas, we'll be able to come together to make a decision that the board as an entirety representing different areas can make a decision that's good for all kids. And I just see that as what we do in this country. And these smaller districts will give a louder voice to some of the neighborhoods, maybe some of the rural, and it has the ability to give better representation for everybody. I don't think it's fair to assume that everyone that comes from a small area is somehow going to only vote for that area, because they're only going to be one of 7 voices. So I'm pretty much, I think communities of interest is very valuable.
You know, I am very sensitive to what Ellen is saying as well, which is the concern that I think I've expressed before. There is a chance historically when school districts break up into areas that it changes how I'm particularly concerned about the relationship of the schools themselves to the district administration vis-a-vis the power that will change. And when I talk about that, I'm going to give an example in Los Angeles when they went to districts. Instead of high school principals, I'm going to pick on high school principals right now, instead of high school principals going to their superintendent or their deputy superintendents through the chain of command to get what they needed and to get things done, they would instead go to their local board member, put pressure on their local board member, and circumvent the chain of command. That's a kind of what you're talking about. That is a concern I have. We can call it balkanization, we can call it whatever, but in that event, they're not looking out for the best interest of all the students, and that does concern me. Now, thank you, Marilyn, for bringing this up, because I do need to speak as one of the 3 coastal trustees and speak for the area. And I know that I'm talking about exactly what we just talked about. The coast has traditionally had three representatives. Now, none of them, and as you know, my interest is seeing Morro Bay getting taken care of as well as the rest of it. I would have a difficult time supporting a map. In fact, I don't know that I could support a map that would eliminate the ability for at least part of 3 people to represent the coast. And when we get out into and talk to people, there is still a sense from our coastal residents that they have less say in the running of the district than the people in town. And my interest, so if I was to put a number 11 here, one of my interests would be that as far as practicable, that the coast have at least portions of 3 representatives. I don't know how my fellow trustees feel about that, but I believe that is what our constituents certainly would want.
So Chris, if I
Yeah.
can. So this is what I'm hearing, and I may have it wrong. It's okay if we break the district up by communities, by neighborhoods, by political boundaries, like the city of Morro Bay, but it's not okay. This is just what I'm hearing. It's not okay to break it up by demographics, by socioeconomics, by other things that are communities of interest. Okay, well, that's what I'm hearing. And so I just need to understand that if we're okay with the city of Morro Bay, for example, having a representative, that then we're okay with, I don't know, a neighborhood with high poverty, having a representative. I mean, it's just as easy for people from Morro Bay to go to their representatives and say, you've got to do this, a la your LA reference, as it is for somebody in a poverty area to go to a representative and say, you've got to do this. We have to break this up into 7 districts. That's just not for discussion. It's just a matter of what we're going to use to draw the map.
Well, I think from the way I look at it is we're going to give the demographers directions, and they're going to come back with several maps that represent our interests. And the more of our interest we can give them, the more comprehensive maps that they can draw for us to choose from and for the public to have input on. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So then one of my questions to you is, how can we, because this is getting really tangled here, and I understand what's happening. I think you do too. What I think we all have an interest in is hearing from you the most number of maps that will take into consideration all the various issues that we've talked about so far. I don't know that we have to split it up like Mark says. We got to do that. And so how do we get the most options out of it so that we can include the most people that we can represent in a fair one person, one vote manner? Yeah, Evelyn.
Well, I was just going to ask, what are you hearing from us? I mean, we've been saying a lot about, so what are you, how are you summarizing this? Putting you on the spot.
Okay, I assume this is directed at me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'm hearing that you would like in the Morro Bay, Los Osos area to President, or I believe President is your name, President Ungar was very clear that he would like to have the opportunity for there to be 3 trustees from the Morro Bay, Los Osos coastal area. And
as close as practicable, understand, that's my desire, understanding that there are probably not within our region the ability to have 3 separate districts, because that would disenfranchise other people, and that's not okay with me.
yes, correct. So if there are 2 whole trustee areas in Morro Bay, Los Osos, you would have a 3rd trustee area that would include the rest of the Morro Bay, Los Osos area, and then a portion of San Luis Obispo area. But that would still, you could still have the possibility that the trustee from that 3rd area could live in Los Osos or Morro Bay. So you would have 3 trustees that live in that area. So I hear that. I also hear from member or trustee Buchman or Buckman. I'm sorry if I'm
Mr. Buckman.
Okay. I'm hearing that you are really interested and focused on the issue of socioeconomics and making sure that there's an opportunity for more marginalized communities to have to elect a trustee member. And I see this particularly being the case in San Luis Obispo, because there's San Luis Obispo has to be divided. There's no way of keeping San Luis Obispo together in one trustee area if we are following the population requirements. You can keep Morro Bay in one trustee area. You can keep most of Los Osos in one trustee area, but you certainly cannot do that for San Luis Obispo. So other community of interest considerations have to come into play, such as what neighborhoods might be more socioeconomically disadvantaged. And so I'm hearing that you would want to try to keep a less well-off neighborhood together in one trustee area if that's possible. But if I'm not hearing that right, please let me know.
Mark?
Okay.
And I guess I just want to add that understanding that Los Osos and Morro Bay don't have enough population to support 3 solo trustees, that one of the areas if we're able to do that, will be shared with parts of San Luis Obispo, either going up Choro or going up Los Osos Valley. So it's quite conceivable that a trustee in that district could come from the city.
Yes.
We need to face that fact.
Mhm.
Eve, and then I'm just going to go around and see what other interests people have and see if we can maybe get away from some of this laundry list that we're not seeming to be very successful on, and get to maybe what other people's interests are, and see how we can then incorporate that into a resolution that will accomplish what we need to accomplish.
Yeah. Yes, and this again could be not a correct perception, but it seems that our communities of interest are mainly geographical divisions then, because that would mean that the neighborhoods that have the most in common would flock together. So that we don't really need, this may be very presumptuous, but it seems like we don't really need these other things in the list. It seems like Mr. Buckman's socioeconomic concerns, and those are shared, not just his, but he voiced it, that could be taken care of, because that they are, and this might be where I'm presuming, that they are living in a contiguous neighborhood, and so a geographically integral area. So do you think our communities of interest are pretty simple then, just a geographical division according to population numbers? Does that sound like it could be simplified that way? Anybody
That's a
want?
question back to you, sir.
Yeah, back to our visitors here, our presenters rather. Does it seem like our communities of interest and what we're saying are important to us as values, and what that we think the voters want, would be solved by dividing up geographically by population?
I don't quite understand what you mean by dividing up geographically by population, because that's the nature of the exercise.
Well, like
So-
the interest of having that Mr. Unger expressed about having 3, will be managed, because you've got your natural Morro Bay area and your Los Osos area. That's at least 2.5, and then we can bring in more on Los Osos Valley Road that could identify coastally also, and get the 3 just by a geographical division that makes it fall together that way. In other words, they're not saying we have to have a representative for Morro Bay, but we just want a representative for this area. Every geographical area where there's population needs to be represented, no matter what their other interests are. Their geographical interests are held in common.
So I just shared my screen just briefly I think what it sounded like from everybody is that perhaps we wanted to eliminate the examples of the communities of interest and just make this a general statement. So I just changed 6 there to be reflective of that, if that sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, so that the boundaries of the trustee area would observe geographic boundaries. I don't know that you want to state it that way, but
Well, I think if I could suggest, Eve, that I think they're going to have to do that anyway. It's the nibbling around the edges, how it's going to look. And I think that's what we really need to give him direction on. Is that really pretty correct? That there are certain constraints we're going to have. And it's how you draw those constraints and how you draw those boundaries, right?
Yes, that's correct. And so any information or guidance that you can give us as far as, and you've already given us some good guidance already. I think what might be helpful in particular is how you want to treat the area around the university, whether you believe that should be kept together in one trustee area or split up. And then it would also perhaps be helpful to know how you want to deal with the attendance areas. So are there any particular school attendance areas that you think really reflect well particular neighborhoods that should be kept together rather than split apart?
Ellen?
You know, I don't, but I also want to point out, we have, kids in our district can shoot. We have a lot of kids who change school, who don't attend perhaps their neighborhood school. So we have, most do, but there is movement within the district, even at the elementary level. So that's not a big concern of mine.
Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So to your specific question about the university, I have to say let's split it up. So that's my 2 cents on that. Inter-district transfers are good, but eventually there's a limit on those. I'm going to go back to something that Catherine tried to bring forward, and I'm not sure I listened well. And right now, I'm the only two that I have a concern, and now I maybe maybe down to number 8, and the boundaries of the areas may consider. So I'm going to come down to what Catherine said earlier. I don't actually see a problem with any of these, especially now that the wording has been changed on the communities of interest. But now the university question has come up. So if that's one specific thing you need to know tonight, my 2 cents is break it up. But other than that, Chris, I'm good with these.
Well, my interest for the university is that we see several iterations. We don't have to have one iteration. So far, let's see if we can get some agreement on this. Number 4, I think we felt that number 4 was not something that we had an interest in, or didn't seem to be. Number 5, I think we can live with. Number 6, we can live with number 6 as long as we eliminate the examples, right? What we want to do is as broad as possible. Number 7, the boundaries of the areas may take into account visible features such as topography, geography, including mountains, flatland, forests, man-made geographic features such as highways, canals, etc., insofar as practicable. Everybody good with that? Buddy? Well, the only reason for that, I think about the Choro versus the Los Osos Valley. That's the big one I think about. Perhaps the rest of the city and Avila versus the northern part of Shell Beach, right? Yeah, but you're right. I'm not sure that this one's necessary either. Everybody good with if we eliminate that one?
I feel like we've expressed that we all feel like each of us feels like we represent all of those people in all of
Right.
those places.
Mm.
And the more we recite places that we don't represent, I think it's not helpful to our board.
Yeah, of course. More like a study session.
Yes. Number 8, it said, the boundaries of trustee areas may consider avoiding pairing 2 or more incumbents in a single trustee area. And I don't know how my other colleagues feel about this, but it feels like this should be up to the voters. So if trustees, and we have a case where there are 3, and if people, decide to run or not run, but it feels a little, how shall I say, manipulative of us as a board to, well, we want to avoid that. So I would have a hard time keeping this one, and I'm only speaking for myself.
Can we get back to that in just a second?
Yes.
What did we decide about number 7? That number 7 is not necessary? Mark?
I think if we've now changed 6, the boundaries of the trustees area shall observe communities of interest, then I think the geographic thing is included within communities of interest.
Mhm.
So if we got people in a canyon, that's a community of interest. So
Mm.
I'm okay with taking it out as long as we stick with the change to 6.
Everybody good with that for number
Mhm.
7? Okay, Evelyn brought up number 8, and I will just, I know I'm supposed to speak at the end. I think that I find this one sort of self-serving, but I don't know how the rest of the trustees feel. Ellen?
Well, I think one way to look at it is and I'm just looking at it another way. I'm kind of neutral on it because it doesn't affect me. But I think a different way to look at it is it only is effective until the end of a term.
Right.
So then there's staggered, the people on the coast right now have staggered terms. So, it's just till at the end of a term, all bets are off. I mean, we've had incumbents, campaigned to get, had people running against them before, and I'm sure it'll happen again. And so I think this is just for the duration of your term, and then anyone's term, and then it will change naturally. So that's all I wanted to, I think that I would agree, it is kind of self-serving for now, and I worry a little bit about it smacking of a little gerrymandering, but it's only good for as long as your term.
Marilyn, I'm sorry, Marilyn, do you have your hand up? I'm not seeing you real well. You're in the kind of right in the sun for me. And I apologize if I haven't called on you.
I didn't have my hand up, but I'm fine with eliminating it.
Okay. I think when I look at it, I think the prime example is the 3 of us, we all live within a quarter mile of each other. So pretty much no matter what, unless we draw a completely unless we ask the demographer to draw a completely gerrymandered version of the coast, that can't happen for us. And that's okay with me. Marilyn, do you have any sense on that too? Because you live within the radius of Evelyn and me, that's for sure. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. As I said, I'm fine with eliminating it.
Okay. Would the rest of you be okay if we eliminated this? Okay, let's eliminate number 8.
Could I ask for the implication? Because number 8 says you might avoid pairing. So that means we won't avoid pairing, so there won't be a pairing, or how?
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so they could be, okay.
Right. But I'm just, of course, things will all change. But when I look at, for example, where the 4 of you live, you're not as neighborly as as the 3 of us on the coast are. Yeah, I mean, we could spit at each other and hit each other's house, basically.
You mean neighborhoods of interest?
So I think there's agreement on eliminating number 8. Okay. Number 9, I think we should keep number 9. Because what we want, this to me gets to the heart of what's going to happen in southern San Luis Obispo County, in Delidio, the airport, and over there on Tank Farm.
Yeah.
And it says May, yeah. So we'll keep number 9. Is somebody keeping track of this?
Yeah, I'm doing my best too, Chris.
I'm trying. So let me just. Okay, hold on. So number 8, we eliminate. Number 8 is eliminated.
Chris, could you please read number 9 because it's not up on my screen?
Oh, sure. The boundaries of trustee areas may be adjusted to offset expected future population growth to the extent legally allowable. Okay. And then number 10, is there anybody that would object to the boundaries of the trustee areas shall comply with such other factors which may become known during the redistricting process and are formally adopted by the board?
No objection.
Yeah, right. It really is, isn't it? So I think we keep number 10, Chelsea. Okay.
Got it. So let me scroll up to the top and make sure that I've got this.
Okay.
So we're including 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
that they're legally required, not 4. And then we're
Yes.
including 5 and 6.
6 with the elimination of the examples. So
Yes,
6
and can you see
screen-
that on your screen right now?
Not really, but I'll take your word for it. I sort of see it as a cross out there. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay, got it. And then the board does not want to include factors 7 and 8. And then we are including 9 and 10.
Yes.
And then were there any additional criteria that the board wanted to consider?
I think we got it. Okay, so let's see how we want to make this as a motion. Does somebody want to make a motion? And Ellen, you want to give it a try?
Yeah, as long as Chelsea, if you would keep that on your screen and scroll through for me so I can speak to it as I make a motion.
Sure thing.
Okay, I would make a motion that the board, that we adopt resolution number 22-2021, adopting criteria for developing trustee area boundaries with the addendum that on Exhibit A, we will include items 1, 2, 3, item 5, item 6 with the revised language that will simply state the boundaries of the trustee area shall observe communities of interest, and then include numbers 9 and 10.
Yes.
I second.
Did somebody want to make and Eve, you're seconding in this?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, hold on just a minute. Is there any further discussion from the board now that we have a motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll make a roll call vote, please. Eve,
Yes.
Ellen,
Yes.
Marilyn,
Yes.
Catherine, Mark, Evelyn,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay. It's 7 o'clock now. We've spent about 2 hours on this. Typically, we would take a break at this point. I want to know if there's an interest in taking a break at this point, or if we should go to item number 9.02, which is the next part of this process. And you know what? I'm going to suggest that we continue on because we have Chelsea here and we have the demographer here, and I think we probably should continue on. Is everybody good with that? And then we can think about taking a quick break after that. All right. So let's move on to item number 9.02, which is also a public hearing to consider seeking a waiver from the State Board of Education and consideration and adoption of resolution number 23-2021, authorizing the superintendent to seek the waiver. Dr. Prater.
Yes, Chelsea, would you mind just providing the board with a brief summary before they?
I would be happy to, and hopefully this item is a little bit shorter than the prior one. But the next item on your agenda is a public hearing to consider seeking a waiver from the State Board of Education. As you all know, we've been discussing the board's transition from an at-large system to by trustee area elections. So due to a quirk in the education code, the process that school districts must undergo to adopt by trustee area elections is more time consuming and requires a lot more steps than the process for other public agencies like cities or counties. For example, while a city can approve the change to by trustee area election by themselves, a school district is required to seek the approval of another agency. And as we've discussed this evening, the school districts must develop their trustee area map and then submit the proposal to the local county committee on school district organization for their approval. And then if the county committee approves the school district's proposal, the education code also has this interesting section where it requires that an election be held where the electorate would vote to approve the transition to by trustee areas. Now, to clarify, it would be to approve the transition to by trustee area elections and not approving a particular map on those during that election. So due to the cost of holding this election and the delay that holding this type of election would require, a vast majority, I would say 99% of school districts, maybe more than that, seek a waiver from the State Board of Education of this election requirement. So, you know, hundreds of school districts have sought this waiver, and to our knowledge, no waiver request has ever been denied by the State Board of Education. We reached out to the Register of Voters and asked for an estimate of the cost to this district if it were to hold this election. And the registrar estimated that the election would cost approximately $362,000 if the election was held in April of 2022. And then if it was waited until the primary in June 2022, it would be $188,500. So if the waiver is granted by the State Board of Education, then no election is required to approve this change, and the county committee's ultimate decision will be final. But in order to seek a waiver from the State Board of Education, the district must first hold a public hearing. So tonight, the board will hold that public hearing. And then it will consider approving a resolution that would direct staff to prepare and submit the resolution to the State Board of Education. So with that, I'd recommend that the board open the public hearing for any public comment on seeking the waiver.
Great. And before we do, I just am curious, Dr. Prater, Mr. Pinkerton, hearing that the cost of an election would cost, what did I believe she said, between $180,000 and $300,000. Where would that money come from?
General fund,
So it would be money that would be taken away from our students?
correct.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or questions at this point? I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 9.02, Resolution 23-2021, authorizing the superintendent to seek a waiver from the State Board of Education. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close this public hearing and bring it back to the board. Would someone like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to move forward the resolution number 23-20-21.
We have a motion by Catherine, a second by Evelyn. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. Dr. Eisendrath Rogers, Mrs. Frame,
Yes.
Mrs. Roger,
Yes,
Mrs. Sheffer, Mr. Buckman, Ms. Dobler-Drew,
Yes.
Mr. Unger is a yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. I know we've spent a lot of time on this. I know we spent over 2 hours on this, but I think everybody who's watching needs to understand that this is one of the most important things the board will do. It's possibly one of the most important things that I've done in my 20+ years on the board. I'm glad we didn't rush through it. I'm glad we had the robust discussion that we had. And it's my hope that it allows the demographers to come up with a variety of maps that we can present to the community so that we can make the best choice for our community and the children in our community. What I'd like to recommend is that we take a 5-minute break. Is 5 minutes enough for everybody? A 5-minute break. The board will be in recess until 7:10 according to the clock in this room. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for bearing with us while we took a short recess. The board will move on to item number 5.03, approval of minutes for April 20th, 2021. Would someone like to make a motion on that, please? It's been moved by Mrs. Frame, seconded by Mrs. Sheffer. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Evelyn,
Aye, yes.
Mrs. Sheffer, Mark, Ms. Dobler-Drew,
Yes.
Dr. Eisendrath Rogers, Mrs. Roger,
Yes,
and I'm a yes. Item 5.04, approval of minutes, April 22nd, 2021.
I'll move approval, Chris.
The motion by Mr. Buckman, second by Dr. Eisendrath Rogers. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Mark? Yes. Dr. Eisendrath Rogers? Ms. Dobler-Drew?
Yes.
Ms. Roger? Ms. Roger?
Yeah. yes,
Mrs. Sheffer? Mrs. Frame?
Yes.
I get no respect and I'm a yes. Motion carries 7-0. Item 5.05, approval of minutes, also for April 22nd, 2021. Motion by Dr. Eisendrath Rogers. Was that Mrs. Sheffer, second by Mrs. Sheffer. Any further discussion? All right. Dr. Eisendrath Rogers. Mrs. Sheffer. Mrs. Roger.
yes,
Mrs. Frame.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman. Ms. Dobler-Drew.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion carries 7-0. Let's move on to item 6.01. Are there any student representatives to the board hanging in with us? Seeing none, we'll move on. I
Mr.
underst-
Unger,
Yes, I'm sorry.
I know they're not here, but I just wanted to acknowledge them for having appeared earlier, and then due to
Yes.
the change in the order of business,
Mm.
they moved on with their evening. They are still students in school,
Right.
and I appreciate that they made the effort and hung in as long as they were able. So we always enjoy their presentation. I'll look forward to it next time.
Yes, that's so true. And thank you very much to the student representatives to the board. I also understand that we will be seeing the Los Ranchos highlights at the next meeting, Dr. Prater.
Yeah, I'll have to work with Mrs. Schmidt, but it will be, hopefully, we'll have the opportunity to have Los Ranchos here for school highlights before the end of the school year.
Great. Item 6.03, Student Senate Draft Recommendations. Who's going to be leading us on that one?
Yeah, so I will start, and what I'd like to remind the board is our student senate is actually recognized by the state of California, the California School Boards Association, as a Golden Bell Award-winning program or structure, and what it involves is groups of select students that represent all different walks of life from each of our middle and high schools. And they use the Youth Truth survey tool to gauge their own peers in how their peers are feeling with regard to engagement, with regard to safety, drugs, the way they are feeling as an inclusive body. And so this is a nationally normed survey tool. And we spend the last 4 or 5 years working with this tool and the students. The student senators each year present or develop recommendations that they actually sit with their teachers and their principals and review what the peers feel are most important, the things that they feel are most important that we improve upon. And so what you're going to see tonight is really a synthesized, reduced version of the recommendations, for the sake of time. So since I am not clear from the screen who's out there, what I will say is our site leaders from each of the schools have done a marvelous job working with the students. And I asked them to come tonight and share each of the schools' goals or recommendations that they will share out with their unique staff. So Mr. Calandra, are you out there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, and there I am. Hey, for our goals, our first goal is an engagement and culture goal, and our goal is to improve student interaction, cooperation, and achievement through appropriate social, academic, and cultural risk-taking. And our students really came up with this one, which I think is very cool. Their specific goal is to try something even though you might fail. New ideas in classroom lessons and activity settings for both students and for staff. And I love that they included staff in that too. Our SMART goal number 2 is an engagement goal pertaining to relevance of instruction. We want to improve the degree to which students perceive themselves to be engaged in their school and their education. Specifically, we want to improve the understanding of how academic teaching relates to current events and student futures. So that would be incorporating just some, when will we ever use this type discussion? And then our SMART goal number 3 is really a maintenance goal from previous years about culture and relationships. We want to maintain the level of students feeling that they receive support and personal attention by teachers. This year was the highest we've ever measured as a survey. So we want to maintain the level of student connectivity to teachers through open and personal communication.
Thank you, Mr. Calandro.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for Laguna Middle School? Okay, yes, Ms. Dobler-Drew.
So how will the communications be kept as high as they were during the Zoom time? What would that look like, now?
That's a great.
Yeah.
One of the things that we're looking at is one of the things that we found worked was having opportunities for students to connect with their teachers individually through Google Classroom or the Google Chat feature. For those students who might be a little bit nervous about speaking publicly, it gave them the opportunity to both send and receive feedback from their teachers. So that's one of those tools that we will likely carry forward into the future. There's more specific ones in different subject areas as well that allow students to have that back channel type communication with their teachers. So we're looking at ways to incorporate that. We are planning on going one-to-one with our Chromebooks next year. So students will have those in class and will have access to those tools that they've had this year.
Great. And so that way some of their concerns could be kept very private as they type them into the teacher, that sort of thing.
Exactly. And the teacher can then respond privately as well. So they're having that personal connectivity in their conversation right there while the class is going on. So hopefully that will maintain that level of communication that we've had this year.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
John, are any people using text messages to correspond with their teachers? And how do we maintain those boundaries if they are?
Yeah, through Google Chat, they're not using a private text message. And the nice thing about the Google Classroom is it's really open to everyone, and it has to follow our school regulations with internet use and computer use. It's our acceptable use policy that we do talk about with our students. So there's no direct communication to teachers on a personal device that would be outside of the school environment. So it's really designed to build that relationship within the safety and structure of the school environment.
Other questions from board members? Okay, and then I'll come back to the public after we finish all the presentations. Next.
Okay, Mr. Bloom, I see you there. Los Osos Middle School.
Hello, Cabinet and School Board. So Los Osos Middle School, we have a really great group of senators, like all our schools, and we had our 3 goals. First one was centered around engagement and peer collaboration. The students would like to see more opportunities for engaging higher level thinking and relevant discussions in class. LOMS will focus on creating these opportunities for students. And I think this is one that stemmed from past years on rigor and relevance. It also, in the student conversation, they were wanting to find a way to engage all of the community of learners because they've been gone for 14, 15 months, gone from our traditional setting, that is. And so by focusing on engaging higher level thinking conversations and discussions, it brings the kids back into the loop. The second SMART goal was on instruction, and LOMS will have a focus on respect and fairness in the classroom where students are taught how to use their voice to stand up for the rights of others and themselves. And I think this is a direct reflection of current events in our society. This is one of the things the kids wanted to, again, work on being able to have a louder or a larger voice and being able to have more communication going on in class, because when it was ticking in Zoom, or as it is ticking in Zoom sometimes, discussions have been great. And whether they were, like John said, whether they were typing in the chat, the kids have really grown a closer bond to their teachers. And the third area is the culture of care. And teachers at LOMS will incorporate a no-quit attitude and work to model persistence as a model to success. Again, the senators felt that like modeling persistence would help those kids that have really struggled in this distance learning, hybrid learning time that we've been in.
Mr. Bloom, thank you. Are there questions from the board? Okay. Mr. Bloom, Mr. Calandro, thank you very much. And what I'd like to do is have I see Miss Cooper showing up there. I like that, from Pacific Beach High School. Miss Cooper, could you please?
Good evening, board members and everyone in attendance. I have the honor of introducing Taylor Wald. He hung in there and he is ready to share on our behalf.
Great.
Hi, my name's Taylor. I'm a junior at PB, and I'm here to give you guys our SMART goals. So first off, we want to do more field trips and do a bit more more learning outside of the classroom for students, and giving students the opportunity to go to sites that are off campus, like local places, hopefully, like the Museum of Art and the Mission. Just ways to get us a bit more education that's not just strictly in classroom learning, just because we know that that doesn't work for everybody. Our goal is to do maybe 2 field trips a year that are farther away, more like full day field trips, and a few more, maybe 1 or 2 per grading quarter, that are more in the county, maybe 2 or 3 hours at the maximum. And then our second goal was more just hands-on learning, and we were thinking originally a food truck type thing where students would have a culinary program where they'd be learning more about cooking and stuff, but it would be more than that because they would be selling the food that they cook and earning revenue for the school to help support the program even more. And we just wanted to elaborate on that a bit more and make it more just overall hands-on learning and more job opportunities to be able to just do a bit more than just the in-classroom learning. And we want to do a job fair so that PB students will have more opportunities to earn money and get out into the world and just have that experience, because it's really hard to find jobs as a student. Like, I'm currently looking for a job right now, and I can tell you firsthand, it's tough. A lot of places won't hire you if you're a minor. A lot of places won't hire you if you have the time constraints of school and not being able to work the certain shifts. So it'll be really helpful to have the jobs that are there and saying, hey, we're here to hire students. Are there any questions that anybody has?
Mr. Buckman?
Yep. Hey, Taylor, thanks for staying and sticking around to talk with us. When I read your SMART goals, number 2 stood out for me, and it was your desire for hands-on learning and vocational opportunities. And my immediate thought was, and I haven't had time to check with staff, my immediate thought was, do you get to use the career technology facilities at the 2 high schools? Do you spend time there at all?
I can answer for Taylor, if that's all right. Mr. Dollar, our site principal, has reached out. It's a matter of coordinating between Slow High and Morro Bay High's schedule with ours in transportation. So currently we're at an impasse because we can't seem to get our schedules to mesh because we have an AM PM session, but we are working on it. So I'll speak on behalf of Mr. Dollar for that.
Thank you very much for doing that work.
Other questions? Thank you again. Thank you so much. Thank you for spending the time with us and hanging in there. Hopefully we provided a good civics lesson for you. And again, thank you. And thanks to everything that you guys do out at Pigpack Beach. It's a great school. And I wish I'll channel Mr. Millar, whose son graduated from Pacific Beach High School. And really, I think we find it as a jewel in our system. So thank you again.
And we truly cherish your support. Thank you so much.
Ms. Cooper, Taylor, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And now let's go to Morro Bay High School. And who do we have, Mr. Allstott or Mr. Cadwalder? We might have lost them. Well, I'll go ahead. Since I've reviewed their goals, I will share them with you. So Morro Bay High actually has just a fantastic group of student senators. The last couple meetings, unfortunately, as we're seeing, a number of our student senators are during our meetings are either in school or they're off doing sports. So it's or activities. And so it's been a bit of a trick, but they've really done a good job and I just so enjoy them. So their first SMART goal is to increase peer collaboration. And you'll see a theme running through Morro Bay High School. So peer collaboration is a value. To reestablish peer collaboration practices that allow students to socialize while maintaining high expectations for academic achievement. So it's one thing to engage your peers, it's another thing to engage your peers and achieve at high levels. And that's what they're after. The second is that their relationships are super important to them at Morro Bay High School. We would like to improve relationships between staff and students by encouraging teachers to be genuinely interested in students' lives, both inside and outside of school. So you will see, you'll see evidence of that. You see that throughout the district, but at Morro Bay, you really are seeing that with their staff and students, whether they're seeing them at their athletic competitions or their co-curricular activities. And then the third goal is to build a culture of care. And their specific actions was to model respectful ways of participation and engagement between both student, and staff-student relationships. And I think they really dug in on this one. And kids are smart. They really see what is allowed and what is allowable. And so they're watching and they recognize that in their goals. So I noticed that Mr. Scaldi, the future principal of Morro Bay High School, is in the house. Mr. Scaldi, would you like to weigh in on these? These are really easy to achieve, aren't they?
Well, I don't know that they're necessarily easy to achieve. They're wonderful to aspire to. I'm seeing these for the first time. And as next year's principal, I'm super excited about the goals that our students have created. And I can't wait to work with them and our staff to achieve them.
Hey, Mr. Scaldi, very much appreciate it. And by the way, I just have to honor you for the work you've done with the student senators at Laguna over the last 5 years. Your presence has really been impactful. And I know you and John have split it up, but I can tell you there are many times where both you and John came to the Student Senate together and really rolled up your sleeves with the kids. And boy, I just so appreciate that leadership style. So thank you for joining us.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you, board.
Okay, so now let's go to Slow High, and that'll be our final school. And I see Miss Miller, I see Mr. Frederick, and please, Miss Miller, how would you like to present your SMART goals?
Thank you. I am also going to introduce two of our student representatives who hung around, Adam Frederick and Lucy Reed, and they are going to present our SMART goals.
Good evening, board. Thank you for giving us time to come and present our recommendations. As you can see on your screen, our first SMART goal is our SMART goal is to increase student engagement, and specifically is to encourage high levels of engagement in learning with lively conversations around curricular topics through teacher connections with students and by teachers allowing for all voices to be heard. We hope to foster this connection with students by possibly using conversation starters or sentence frames or even Socratic seminars and those types of alike models in class. And our ASB is also going to try and promote this conversation amongst our students by possibly posting conversation starters or other kind of prompts around our school for the school community to use.
Hi, I'm Lucy Reed, and our second SMART goal is working on belonging and peer collaboration. So our specific goal is students feeling welcome at their school and having collaborative relationship with their classmates. And we hope to achieve this by having ASB and club advisors working to make clubs more widely available and known on campus. We want ASB to organize activities during nutrition and lunch breaks to get students interacting together. Teachers will offer opportunities within their classrooms for students to work together, talk together, get to know each other at the beginning of each trimester. Admin and counselors work together to make sure every student has some type of connection to campus, whether it's club or an extracurricular activity. And our third SMART goal is focusing on relationships. So our specific goal for this is students feel that they receive support and personal attention from their teachers and that their teachers care about their success. So we hope to achieve this by students getting more time to connect with their teachers. So this could include building in time the first few days of each trimester to let the students get to know each other and get to know their teachers through various activities or different icebreakers. Throughout the trimesters, we hope to allow different times for sharing, students sharing stories or experiences with their teachers and vice versa. We want administrators and counselors to work together to try and schedule students so they can remain with the same teacher for multi-trimester classes for the whole school year, so that there's support in building relationships and they have that connection, which is hard with the trimester system. And we want to build in an SGI time or small group instruction where students can work one-on-one in small groups with their teachers for extra support, in turn building stronger relationships together. Do you guys have any questions?
Well,
Dr.
sorry.
Prater, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the level of detail that you shared with us. It's quite helpful. And it's nice to hear that especially in these days of COVID, that you're really thinking about relationships, not only peer-to-peer relationships, but relationships with your teachers, using your counselors, using your ASB, but to try to create the kind of culture that is welcoming at San Luis Obispo High School. So I thank you.
Adam and Lucy, I just want to say thank you for coming tonight and really for being such great participants throughout the year while we were in COVID. And I just appreciate, I know it's been tough and you guys have held in there. Your goals are outstanding and that's what it's all about. And I appreciate you coming tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping this program going and running strong.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Dr. Prater, do you want to, I don't know if you did, but would you like to share slide number 2? Because I think slide number 2 is really important.
Slide number 2 on the student senate
On the
part?
student senate part. Yep.
Mandy, you want to put that up? Yeah, so thank you, Mandy. Yeah, slide number 2 is pretty, it's a great dipstick into the depth and breadth of Youth Truth and our interest in really engaging our community of learners. So we had this year, we had over 5,200 students participate, 90% third graders through 12th graders, which is pretty amazing. And you can see that there is a natural sort of drop off at the high school, but we really believe that we can be up above 90% at all levels. And we should be to capture that response. Our staff had a 78% response rate. Next year, you know, what I will tell you is this is our first year doing elementary. So the elementary staff, really, it's brand new to them. So next year I'll reinforce it, especially with all our new principals, and make sure that we use this tool and this data to really jump our numbers up in terms of staff feedback. And then we have a much lower percentage of participants in families, but from a national norm perspective, we're that is a good number. And so we need to work on that, as all of you know, even with our LCAP surveys. You know, this year the surveys we've really gone after them, and I think people were just tired. And but next year we'll target a higher percentage of families to complete the surveys. But overall, we had 7,500 students, staff, and families take the Youth Truth Survey, and that data is captured. It becomes a benchmark, and we compared nationally. We do very well, but we anchor what we're really looking for in these surveys. We're really looking for indicators that our kids are unnecessarily suffering, struggling in any way, and looking for red flags as well as areas of positivity that we want to continue with. Mr. Buckman?
Thanks, Dr. Prater. This is absolutely amazing. 90%. I don't know anybody that gets a 90% return on surveys. It's just crazy. What I'm also, and I haven't heard, and I just want to bring in maybe to honor Kim McGrath. This data also gets used in the LCAP, am I right? And so when you've got 90% of your students and so many are agreeing, and then you look across the different schools, Laguna Middle School, the 2 junior highs, middle schools, and the 2 high schools, and you see SMART Goal 2 on almost all of them is either about relationships, and then one of them, at least within those schools, is about making our classes relevant.
Yeah.
So talking about current events, some way of making them relevant. And it's not just a few kids. So congratulations.
Well, I'm so happy that you understand that. We really are excited because the kids are telling us that they want to be engaged, that they want opportunities to learn, but they want it to be relevant. They want us to believe in them and hold them to a high standard. And to do that, we must have relationships, and we must know our students. And that's what they're telling us across all of our schools. It's an amazing thing.
So just not on my notes, because I make notes about what I'm going to ask, but it dawns on me, I'm looking down, and we've got the Common Ground coming up and the equity team. Have you, or is there any value in giving this Youth Truth Survey? We give it to parents. What about giving it to our community members and folks on Common Ground, equity? It might, I don't know.
I will, I think that's a really good suggestion. And that's something I can absolutely build into next year. I signed the contract this summer for next year. So that's part of an expenditure in the LCAP. So thank you, Mark. I will take that on. And please keep in mind, as we go through these recommendations, these are recommendations from groups of people who can help to influence and inform you in your decisions. And when you look at our LCAP, and when you look at how we're hoping to influence our school district using those state and federal dollars, I want you to keep these recommendations up in your mind, because it's hard to go wrong when you look at what you're going to hear tonight. If you use that as quality information coming from very deliberative and focused groups of people, I think you're going to see that there's some great guidelines or guidance and wisdom in these recommendations. We're not going to be able to capture them all, but we can at least be aware of them and work towards them and aspire to them. So that's the goal for tonight. Okay.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing no one, Let's move on to item number 6.04, Common Ground Advisory Task Force recommendations.
So Mr. Whiteside and I believe Gila Paragabagar are my partners in the Common Ground Advisory Task Force. Gila, this is a work of passion for her. She used to be paid to help me with this, and now it's like this deep, heartfelt effort. And she's just an amazing person and facilitator. She's also a parent in our district, and her mother worked for many years at San Luis Obispo High School and was a much beloved person in our district community. And I had a good fortune of getting to know her. And but Gila is just an amazing person who has helped with this. Her husband is a teacher, an amazing teacher at Morro Bay High School, and also serves on the Common Ground group. Josh Whiteside is our legal representative, because the Common Ground group gets tackles some very difficult and challenging topics. And we use our legal counsel to help us remain focused and not get sidetracked or allow things to get out of control. And in this case, Mr. Whiteside has been alongside of us, helping us stay focused and allowing these recommendations to naturally align with the direction of our school district and the board's priorities. So what you'll hear tonight, Josh has promised me 10 minutes, and I'm sure they'll stay true to it. So Mr. Whiteside and Ms. Paragabagar, could you please take it?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Prater. And as a reminder for the board and to provide further context for members of the public, the Common Ground Advisory Task Force actually first met in the fall of 2017. So we've just completed our 4th year with an eclectic group of community stakeholders, district staff, and district students who are all meeting and sharing their personal opinions on pretty controversial student issues over the last couple of years. And this year, the first half of the year, tackled the controversial issue of school reopening and recommendations for staff on how to deal with distance learning and how to provide better support systems, making sure that the district was ensuring technological access and responding to counseling and mental health needs of our students. Those were implemented essentially in real time as Dr. Prater and his team provided presentations, took time out of their weeks of the busy COVID weeks to present the efforts that district staff were doing to be responsive to those needs, and then receive feedback and be able to immediately implement that during the emergency situation that we had. Obviously, our focus has shifted this year with school reopening back to hybrid instruction, and the task force in the last half of the year has been focused on the future. What is next for the district? And so what does learning mean? What are the lessons that we've learned through COVID that we can apply for next year and beyond? And so the task force then looked at addressing learning outcomes and student skills attainment trajectories that had to be adjusted due to the pandemic, and developed recommendations based on talking to staff, talking to students, and parents as well, through panels that occurred for 4 meetings, 1 hour each. So it was a little bit different than our normal format, a little bit more condensed, but it allowed for a lot more thoughtful written feedback in between each session on what these recommendations would end up being. And I will note, although we didn't get this published in draft form before the Reimagine and Rebuild policy brief got passed along around the state just about a week ago, I will say that a lot of their recommendations that this policy brief provided were very similar to the same recommendations that the task force came up with. So I'm not suggesting that there's a mole within our ranks that release our recommendations to those who work with CTA or AXA or CSBA or the PTA or the variety of 20 or 30 other education-focused associations that signed on to this policy brief. But it certainly, I think, is credit to the good work that we've done through this task force that we separately on our own came to very similar conclusions to solve these unique problems. So I'm going to pass it over to Gila to talk a little bit more about what these recommendations were.
Thanks, Josh. I have some bad news and some good news. So the bad news is if I read through this, the entirety to this board right now, it would take 12 minutes. So I would not achieve the goal that Eric gave us, which is to get through it in 10 minutes. The good news is I'm not going to do that. And I'm instead going to go over the main themes and highlights of these recommendations of the group. So before I go into that, I just want to give a reminder that the recommendations were designed to help all students recover from the impact of closed schools during the pandemic through the lens of equity and with acknowledgement that the district must prioritize renewed efforts to return to the levels of student achievement that were seen prior to the pandemic. So I'm going to jump into this now. So these are the main themes that the task force came up with. First main theme bucket is revitalize education delivery. You can see quite a few supporting ideas under that section. The next section of main theme is prioritize enforcement of COVID-19 health and safety rules. Again, examples under there of how to implement that. Next section is provide increased intervention and resource support for our students. Next section, make structural school day and school event changes. Again, examples under there. And then the last section here is to provide or continue professional development for our staff. So based on the group's initial ideas and recommendation, does the board have any questions or comments for either Josh or myself before taking them into consideration?
Mr. Buckman.
Yeah. Thanks so much for doing all this work. I mean, having this task force is absolutely amazing. And I just wish I could attend somehow, but don't want to because I don't want to be an influence. But what I find amazing is when I looked at these, so many of them dovetailed what we just saw in the student youth survey. Same as students incorporate current events, same as students teacher connections. And there's just one that I absolutely love, and that's create an education hotline. And God, I wish I'd had that when I was helping my son with math, but I love that concept. So thanks again for all your work.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Well, Josh and Gila,
Yeah.
I am very thankful to work alongside you. This is really fantastic work, and we'll do our best to fold in these recommendations into the next several weeks as we plan for next year. And I know you know that, which is why we brought this forward to the board when we did. And thanks for sticking around with us tonight. I appreciate that.
And I
Thank
think I
you.
would
Good
just add,
evening.
Thank you.
on behalf of the board, we really want to thank you and the rest of the group's efforts on behalf of our students. I mean, this group was born out of crisis, really. And it's been turned into an opportunity, and really an opportunity for growth and equity in our district. So thank you all so very, very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Move on to items. Oh, is there anybody from the public that would like to address us on item 6.04? Seeing no one, I'll move to item 6.05, equity leadership team recommendations. Dr. Prater.
Yeah, I would like to introduce Mr. Mayfield and Ms. Smiley. They've really spearheaded the equity leadership team alongside all the other work we're doing as a district. And the real purpose, in my view, of tonight is to really show the board that we have similar narratives running through these various groups, which give you tremendous information as we develop our goals in the LCAP and our educational priorities. And with that, I just would like to thank the group. Ms. Parsons, I see you up there, and it's always a pleasure. And Mr. Mayfield, would you like to take it from here?
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. And we're happy and excited to share the work briefly of the equity team this year, along with our recommendations to the district and to the board. And Dawn Addis and Vanessa Parsons and Chelsea Smiley are 3 members of the equity team and have done a fantastic job of helping to facilitate those meetings and bring the group together. And we're a relatively small group, but a very dedicated group of folks committed to the work of equity within our district. And we're excited to share this tonight. And with that, I'll pull up our brief presentation.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the board for your leadership. It was so apparent from your last conversation how important equity is to the San Luis Coastal School Board. So you can move forward to the agenda, please. We're going to talk briefly about 6 things. We'll share our working definition of equity because it proves to be somewhat nebulous sometimes. We'll give you a snapshot of what it's like to be on the district equity leadership team, and that's what Chelsea and Vanessa are going to talk about. We're going to talk about the district equity roadmap. That's in draft form, but we would really like to share it with you and get your thoughts on it. And then we'll share 6 recommendations from the team, as well as the team focus for 21-22. And then finally, next steps in the area of equity. So I'm actually going to turn it over to Chelsea for the next 2 slides, and you can move forward. There we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So I want to start by saying I really value being a part of this district focus, and thank you so much for having us. As Dawn said, we needed to clarify our vision and our goal, and that is to eliminate educational barriers and provide equal educational opportunities for all students. And the real focus is to meet rigorous academic standards. We never want to lose sight of that being our focus. So the equity leadership team is considered an advisory group, and it's made up of staff, some board members, some community members, and students when we can get them. The equity work that we've done in our district is really powerful inside out work. And that's been inspired by professional development that our district has been able to provide. Things that you might have heard or participated in, like the Equity Institute, gender spectrum training, and our own Vanessa providing a lot of our teachers with culturally responsive pedagogy, which we're also planning to take to secondary next year as in our kickoff. All of these things have helped create action. And the last part is that equity, I'm going to finish that last point, is a journey, not a destination. We know that the work is ongoing, and as we continue to develop individually, we will learn and grow collectively, and we know that that's our job and that's our vision forward. So you'll see here a little picture of some of us and a great quote from our assistant principal at Morro Bay High School, Stephanie Hardgrave, sorry. And Vanessa is also going to share her thoughts about being a part of the equity leadership team.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there. I'm Vanessa Parsons. I'm an EL specialist at Hawthorne. And I've been an active member of the equity leadership team since its inception. And when asked about my experiences and reflecting upon the experience on being the team, I believe that the team has provided a voice for those who advocate and create positive change for all students. And the team continues to cultivate a space for shared experiences, hope, representation, and collaboration with those who are different from each other. I've been able to collaborate with a representative group of stakeholders, from high school student leaders, community members, to board members like you tonight. And I'm excited to see what the future holds and seeing positive changes continue to happen for our students. And I'm just humbled to be part of the team. So thank you. Go ahead, Chelsea.
I'll jump in. And as we move towards the recommendations that I'll share with you in a moment, we wanted to give a little bit of background about the equity roadmap, because the recommendations that we're bringing forward come directly out of the equity roadmap. So back in 2018, 2019, the equity leadership team formed and really had a lot to chew on. And we set a direction at that time of wanting to find measurable, wanting to find metrics for equity, because it can be so nebulous. So then we started digging into data, and last year we looked at a variety of equity report cards. But what we found is that sometimes when you share data, you lose the context, and then people start to make up their own stories about why that data occurs, and sometimes they blame kids. So we moved away from just flat judgment around equity to a document that could provide recommended actions while spotlighting the data. And that's what you had in your board packet, was the draft of the roadmap. And you can move that forward, Rick. So the roadmap itself, I just want to talk a little bit about the layout. It's focused on 3 high impact areas that were identified by the equity leadership team: academics, student well-being, and personnel. And it's really about what can we do in these 3 areas that will move equity forward for all students in San Luis Coastal so that they can meet those rigorous academic standards. And in each area, it's broken into 4 parts. It talks about background, why is that area important, then provides recommendations for action, then provides data, and finally provides question for the future, because we always have to come back and ask ourselves how we're doing and if we're really moving the needle on equity. Within each of the 3 recommendation or 3 areas, there's 3 recommendations, so 9 total recommendations. And within those 9, there's 3 specific actions for a total of 27 actions in the roadmap. And the appendix, of course, includes the existing district equity plan, and we're working to add examples that district level and sites could use so that they have tangible models of how to move forward. And the roadmap is linked in there, but I'm not going to click on it. So knowing that 27 actions is much too broad to accomplish at once in 1 year, the team went through a collaborative process to select 6 recommended actions for next year. And you can see on these slides, there's 2 each in the areas of academics, student well-being, and personnel. And these are things that can be done at the district and the site levels. And they focus on training, on eliminating barriers, on increasing counseling, and on our recruiting practices, both for who we hire into the district as well as who we hire into leadership. You can move that forward. So the team also wanted to support these recommendations with its own work. So looking at the 6 recommendations, the team felt that they should be a part and went through a collaborative process again to figure out what the team itself could do, and came up with these 5 things: being a resource, acting as a listening body. So we want to hear from others, much as the Common Ground Task Force hears from others. We want to hear the voices of our students and our staff. We want to share the local expertise of people on the equity leadership team. It's comprised of students, of staff, of board members, of Cal Poly experts, of community experts. So there's a lot of expertise in this room when it comes to equity. We do want to monitor progress in the area of equity still. And then we want to support diverse staff by providing a safe space for diverse voices to be heard. That came to the top for the team. So in terms of next steps, the equity leadership team, as I explained, has its own work ahead of it. The roadmap does need to be finalized. There's a few minor adjustments to be made. And then the district equity plan needs to be updated to align with the roadmap, but also to add goals to the single plans for student achievement, which really guide the work of the sites. And then we're still looking at ways to measure equity. While we moved away from a report card, we definitely still want to use data. And we're looking at using an emerging tool we have now called Aries Analytics. And with that, thank you. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to anybody else to answer.
First of all, I'd like to go to the public, if it's okay. And we'll see if anyone from the public would like to address us, and then I'll go back to the board. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address us on this item? And I'm not seeing anyone, so I'll bring it back to the board. Mrs. Frame?
Whoops. Thank you. Thank you very much for the great presentation and all this work, because it's really work that is being done by a dedicated group of individuals. I do have one question, and it was related to the academics, and it's provide teacher training such as universal design for learning, culturally responsive pedagogy, and how to reduce racial bias in grading. So this concerned me because it, do we have racially biased grading in our district? I mean, do we have, so I think that kind of glared at me like, do we have evidence? I mean, where would this recommendation, come from? Because that's kind of alarming.
Yeah, my response to that would be that, grading is a relatively subjective function. And I think it's worth having the discussion that if there's, bias of any fashion within our district, that it would be worth exploring. I don't think it comes from any, data that we have saying that there is racial bias in grading. Absolutely not. But I do think that, bias exists within our system in a lot of different ways, whether it's a way the system is organized, the way students can access certain things within our district. And I think that is a topic, and the equity team thinks that's a topic worth exploring in terms of professional development for our teachers to ensure that it doesn't exist.
So would we look at it in a broader definition, or defining that by that we're saying that it's, because it clearly says here racially biased grading. So that's a big statement when people are looking at this document, that, so that's, if we have it, our teacher, I guess that's a really specific kind of indictment of us on some level.
Yeah, I personally don't see it that way. I think it's just opening up the conversation on bias, within our system, and specifically within our classrooms. And personally, I think teachers would be open to the conversation. I don't think, as I mentioned, it's not based on any, here's the data we have to show racial bias in grading, and it's a problem that we need to fix. It's more like, let's have the conversation of our grading practices and how they impact all of our students, especially our most vulnerable students.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Eisendrath Rogers.
Thank you. I just will have to comment, Rick, especially on your timing and how these programs were rolled out this year in the fall. I was fortunate enough to be able to join you all in this program, and you had come up with the Racial Healing Handbook, which couldn't have been more timely as for what we were going through as a country and as a community. And then this spring, then to come back this spring with the LGBTQ work that you were doing, just blown away by some of the statistics nationally that 59% of all LGBTQ students feel unsafe at school. And to know that we have that challenge, ahead of us, whether we are aware of it or not, but we're working to become very much aware of it. So I appreciate all the tremendous work that you're doing, and please continue to include us in that.
Absolutely.
Other questions or comments? I think interesting, if I can say, Mrs. Frame, at least in our elementary schools, we have this, we have standards-based report cards. And so I'm wondering if looking at the standards, we could look at levels of achievement and compare levels of achievement with our target groups on our report cards and use that as some measure of not necessarily racial bias, but it could be. It's an interest, you know, we're trying to get, I'm just musing out loud. I think we're trying to get away from more of a, gosh, what's the word? Sort of an emotional report card to the standards-based report card. You're a teacher, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm wondering if that's a possibility, and you know, if that's something that you guys might be interested in, or the data is there to sort of examine that. Because, you know, if we're going to talk about student achievement, we hope report cards reflect that. And this would certainly be something we could look at. So I'd like some, you know, see what you all have to say about that.
I think grading will be very much a topic moving forward, especially in our secondary programs. You know, standards-based report cards do help students. And also, you know, having a system where, you know, it isn't just how many assignments you turn in and what the overall percentage you get on those assignments, but your mastery of skills. That's, you know, that's the most important thing. And mastery grading is something that is around and used. And so students who, for example, do very poorly on a test are given some additional instruction, retested, and then that retested grade, which is their ability now, is what's reflected in the grade book as opposed to their first, you know, D or F perhaps. And, you know, that can be quite helpful to students moving forward. So I think the general topic of grading and how we go about grading and the impact it has on our different subgroups will definitely be a conversation moving forward.
And again, Mr. Mayfield, I really appreciate it was just that typical or that wording that kind of alarmed me, because the public looks at these documents and they see, I could easily see something that's being some kind of a headline. So I think it's mindful, as you said, kind of that broaden that view that we really do, you know, looking at potential biases or reframing how we're looking at, you know, secondary that could help our students and going to a different grading system. But I'd like to hear from Dr. Prater on this.
Well, it's a big topic, very big topic. I former 5th, 6th, 8th grade teacher. When I hear grading bias, and then you put race in front of it, I think what this equity team is tackling is potentially very important, and it's called bias for a reason, because you aren't always aware that it's not conscious in many respects. And I think teachers by and large are such incredible people and they want their kids to succeed, but oftentimes what gets lost in grading, even in the standards-based environment grading report card, it becomes, as Mr. Unger said, an emotional act, because you really want to see kids move forward. But is it truly accurate? Is it really giving the child what they need to know and the information the teacher needs to have to move the child forward? So I personally don't have an issue with the way you framed it, because I think it hits it head on. And I do think, I do believe that we have some work in this area, most definitely at the secondary level, but also at the elementary level, that I think we need to continue our work with assessment, and we need to continue our work with really understanding how kids learn. And when that human and complex interaction occurs, where you're assessing a child, I don't believe you can remove the topic of bias, because we all have bias. We all have it. And I think we need to talk about it. And I think that's the first step. And then we need to learn about our own practices in a non-threatening but informative way through a professional learning community, which is what I think the equity team, leadership team, is trying to inspire. It's not trying to attack, it's not trying to insult.
No.
It's rather trying to engage in very deliberate and pointed ways of how we need to look at our practice. And so I see it as a self-reflective and an important set of actions. Now, I too don't want this to be a news headline either, but I don't quite see it that way. I think it's written in a way that is meant to improve on what it is we do as a district through the lens of equity. And that's how I view it. I think professional training, we have to approach that very carefully. And then the topic of grading, boy, oh boy, that could go in many different directions. And I am a big fan of scope and sequence. I'm a big fan of regular assessments. And all of those practices build understanding, and then you can then really begin to see if there are biases built into the system and with our own people. And if we have a forum, a disciplined approach to raise that and rectify it, to me, it's a good thing. So everything I do, I try really hard to be honest and forthright, and let's put it out there and let's talk about it. And I rarely am disappointed when you get people around a difficult topic to talk it through. And I think that's what this team is trying to do, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think that's exactly what we're after. And your comments, I think, fit exactly with what the equity team has been discussing. And it is important that we have this open and honest conversation.
Thanks. Again, I'm not seeing anybody else from the board who wishes to speak, and I just want to thank you on you and the team members, Dawn, everybody, for really all of your participation. You're tackling some difficult issues, some important issues for our district, and our district has made a commitment to view student achievement through the lens of equity. And I think this is one way that we're doing it. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to move on to item number 7.01. I'm sorry, Mrs. Frame.
I just wanted to comment, and because I wanted to thank all the presenters from, Student Senate, Common Ground, and for our equity team. And I didn't get a chance, and I was thinking about it. Our Student Senate group is really a reflection of students who've gone through the pandemic. They're the boots on the ground, and they experience the disruptions. They experience, disruption to their lives, distance learning, coming back, schedules. And so as Mr. Buckman, was looking, and the commonalities, and Dr. Prater, you referred to that again and again, our students are asking for that relationship. And looking at that Student Senate, the teachers are the center of their lives. And it was so clear. They actually really said that. And I thought I would see from the Student Senate, the need to, connect with other people, counselors, interventionists, and it is the teacher who is. And so they want that relationship. The other thing was that relevancy, again, that engagement. And then that other focus of that ability to create safe spaces, to have meaningful conversations. So I guess my hope is that really those specific things that are really common across all those groups are really we're looking at within that LCAP group. And I want to thank I know a lot of people have gone, but I want to thank all this volunteer work that people are doing in these groups. It's really important work. So thank you.
With that, now let's move on to item 7.02. 7.01 correspondence. The board did receive correspondence from Amanda Mobley regarding face masks. We'll move on to item number 7.02, public comment. And I'm going to read a statement regarding public comment. At this point in the agenda, the board welcomes comments on matters of district interest. The board will listen but cannot engage in discussion or take action on items not listed on the agenda. Generally, this section of the agenda is for individuals or representatives of a group to address the board on issues not listed on the agenda. Speakers who wish to discuss items on the agenda are requested to wait until that item comes before the board. However, Comments may be given on agenda items at this time if it is not possible for a speaker to stay until the agenda item is heard by the board. If you submit written comments on a topic, you will not also be allowed to speak on the topic. Comments or correspondence submitted anonymously will not be accepted. You can address the board via public comment request form prior to the meeting or while the meeting is in session. That is, if you wish to do it in writing. If you wish to speak at the meeting, click on the participants icon at the bottom of your screen and select raise your hand. When your name is called, you may restart your video if you wish and unmute your audio. If you need assistance with your video, please let us know and we'll attempt to fix it. If you have a problem with your audio, please click on the thumbs down icon and we'll attempt to assist you. All public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, a limit of approximately 450 words in written comment. Any portion of your comments extending past the 450 word limit may not be read aloud due to time restrictions. All written comments that are not read into the record will be made part of the meeting minutes, provided that such comments are received prior to the end of the meeting. Please be aware that written public comments, including your name, may become public information. A couple of other reminders: you may not cede your time to someone else to help them extend theirs. And again, we ask that you raise your hand. We have a strict 3-minute limit, and we will call on you. We do have one written comment that Dr. Eisendrath Rogers will read. Dr. Eisendrath Rogers.
Thank you. This is from Amanda Mobley. I'm wondering why our schools seem to be making no attempt at unmasking, or at least the option to unmask our children when permitted and safely possible, as per guidelines set forth by the California Department of Education, the San Luis Obispo Office of Public Health, and the California Department of Public Health. The guidance mandates that public coverings are required as part of the school's reopening plan. However, include language that states there are some exceptions. It specifies the following situation in which people are exempt from wearing face coverings: persons who are outdoors and maintaining at least 6 feet of social distancing from others not in their household. Why can't our educators get creative and move the classroom outside, if even for a portion of their day? Our kids deserve creative, innovative solutions that enhance their learning experiences. I encourage and challenge you to provide our kids with opportunities to optionally unmask and breathe fresh air while on campus.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board at this time? Seeing no one, I'll close public comment. Let's move on to item number 10.01, resolution number 21, 2021, in appreciation of San Luis Coastal Unified School District employees. Mrs. Newland.
Hello. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, and Kristen, while you're waiting, I do want to ask, is there anyone who continues to need translation? If there is, would you please raise your hand? Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Newland, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure you could hear me. So this is this resolution is about all of our wonderful employees that we have in San Luis Coastal. So you'll see a support letter from CSEA, SEIU, and SLCTA about the Day of the Educator and about our employee appreciation weeks. And I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution that is here for you, just so everybody can hear our appreciation of our district employees. So whereas the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education believes that every student has the right to access high quality educational programs to further their academic and personal success. And whereas the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education believes that quality educational programs are made possible thanks to the dedicated, talented, innovative, and hardworking educators and support staff who have chosen public service as their calling. And whereas the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education acknowledges the extensive skill and effort required to provide individualized educational opportunities for students. And whereas the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education further acknowledges the challenges faced by our educators, staff, students, and families during the current unprecedented global pandemic that has forced students to provide student instruction through distance learning. And whereas the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education is fortunate to have a team of skilled educators, staff, and administrators who have taken on the role of essential workers, making it possible for students to continue to learn during this uncertain time. And whereas the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education is proud to recognize the team of public service heroes who have responded to the call to service to serve in service to the community at large in this emergency situation. And whereas the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education believes that the San Luis Coastal Unified School District team serves as a model of public service and pride for our community. And whereas the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education believes that such a team deserves the gratitude, respect, and recognition from the board, students, parents, and the entire community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education proudly proclaims the month of May 2021 as Employee Appreciation Month to include the California Day of the Teacher, Wednesday, May 12th, 2021, the week of the classified employee, May 16th through the 22nd, 2021, and recognition of support and administrative staff. In making this declaration, the board honors the San Luis Coastal Unified School District team for dedicating their lives in service to promoting the success of our children and our community.
Thank you, Mrs. Newland. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board on this topic? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board, and I'm sure we'll have some comments from board members. Mrs. Frame?
Well, I was going to make a motion, but I'm sorry, I was going to make a motion, but I think I'll wait. I do want to say that I hold in high regard the skill, the pivots, the transitions, the above and beyond teaching and outreach that our teachers were able to accomplish. It is remarkable. And also I'd like to say a note of gratitude to the skill, the can-do, whatever you need attitude of our support staff. It was a really challenging year, but I think that our students were and families were uplifted by the work that our staff does on all levels. And so I want to thank them. And again, at some point after other people want to comment, move.
Would you like to go ahead and make the motion now, and then we can have further discussion?
Okay. I'd like to move to approve resolution number 2021 in appreciation of San Luis Coastal Unified School District employees.
Duffer.
I will gladly second. I know it's hard. It's been hard this year to know how appreciated everybody is because we haven't been able to see everyone and be on the campuses as much as we would like until recently. But I can say that we have all checked in with Dr. Prater, with other administrators frequently to see how staff is doing, to see how everyone's been hanging in there. And it's just the fact that we haven't seen you face to face doesn't mean that you're not in our thoughts and that we haven't been trying to figure out how to best support you throughout this unusual year. So thank you, one and all.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes, thanks. Thanks everybody for the comments. There's not much left to say, but it's just absolutely amazing. I have always said that our staff and our teachers are first responders. So child abuse, hunger, so many different ways, clothing needs. But this past year has been absolutely amazing. And to say that you guys are first responders and that you've done just yeoman's work is just, I don't, it's not enough words to say it. So thank you very much for everything you've done.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I, as a former educator, as someone who worked as a classified employee when I was going to college, getting my master's degree in speech pathology, the son of a secretary, I just want to acknowledge, as my fellow board members have, the incredible work that all of our staff have done, from our teachers to our bus drivers, to our custodians, to our food service, to the secretaries, to the people that make sure that we get paid every month. We're a team here. We are a strong team. We couldn't do the great work we're doing for kids without this team. And so I just want to acknowledge and thank everyone. So nobody else. Then we have a motion by Mrs. Frame and a second by Mrs. Sheffer. I'll go ahead and take the vote. Mrs. Frame,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer. I think, is Mrs. Rogers still here? Okay. Mr. Buckman, Mrs. Dobler-Drew,
Yes.
Dr. Eisendrath Rogers, and I'm a yes. Motion carries 6-0 with one absence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Since I did screw things up, we'll move on. We'll go back to superintendent updates, business and budget update, item 8.01.
I didn't feel left out, Mr. Trunker. You're good. Yeah, no, very fast. Yeah, we've just been focused on budget. I mean, that's really been just staffing, MTSS, LCAP, staff, working with personnel, working with Katie Eklund. We were fortunate enough today that the SAC software came in today, so we'll actually be able to hopefully have the budget prepared for our next meeting, right, where we do kind of that public hearing for both the LCAP as well as the budget. So it's a work in progress. Kim's going to present the LCAP next, and just know that we're doing everything we can to maximize the use of those federal dollars, both the state and the feds, and ensure that we can keep these programs going as long as possible.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pinkerton? Nope. Mrs. McGrath.
Yes, thank you. We've been trying to create a lot of clarity around the changing ongoing landscape. That's been our year, right? So we did move into the orange tier within our county, which is excellent, allows us to begin to make slight changes in gatherings. I know we mentioned before about being able to have graduation, working with elementary and secondary also on what some of the end of year ceremonial type of things could look like, still following the guidelines. Important to understand, I think, that our mitigation strategies are working. We're having really limited school spread, hardly any. And the cases that we have had really can be accounted for community or family spread. So, great work by our educators, right? We knew that in schools, they would have a lower spread rate than the community because we know our educators will implement those strategies tightly. So it's been great to see. Lots of work in human resources, some changes going on, but great opportunities for us to, take new people and make great things coming up. Strangely enough, only I think about 25 school days. So kind of odd to think in that way. And a lot of work around LCAP. It's that time of year that we, finish strong as well as thinking forward. So I look forward to sharing LCAP draft ideas with you later.
Thank you. Questions for McGrath? Move on to 8.03. Measure D update. And as we look outside, we see that the track and field at San Luis Obispo High School have vanished.
A lot of beep, 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 right, for the neighborhood. But again, kudos to Mano Construction, really hit it in terms of getting that track going. And we were expecting this to be a year-long project, but I have a feeling Mano Construction is going to come in a little earlier than that. I mean, he's really going after it out there. And actually have a really cool time lapse video that I'll share with the board that kind of shows some of the construction happening, which is nice. So the only other thing I have for you is just we received great news this week that we received the priority funding apportionment. So we know, as the board knows, that we've received several CTE funding grants that go along with our Measure D projects, right? Which is great. But that's just kind of a promise from the CTE. So when you actually get the funding apportionment, it means the money's coming. So we got that notice today for the projects that we have at San Luis Obispo High School and Morro Bay High School. So very happy to see that coming in.
Great. Thank you very much. I can see the smile under your mask. Any questions for Mr. Pinkerton? Okay, let's move on to another weighty issue. This is a heavy duty meeting tonight, you guys. Item 11.01, initial draft local control accountability plan, ideas and actions. This was prepared by Mr. Mayfield and will be presented by Ms. McGrath. The last one she's going to be doing here for us, and she's going to be pretty heavily involved in doing in her new job.
My mistake, sorry. Yeah, so prepared by Mr. Mayfield, and I would say that there's input from a large variety of people. So a range of stakeholders give us input on this topic. You heard a lot of some of the groups, I shouldn't even say a lot, just some of the groups earlier, hearing from Common Ground, from Equity, from our students, from staff, from parents, from teachers, etc. So we gather input from a range of places and then put together what are the ideas for what we can do above and beyond. Just keep in mind with LCAP that it is the local control accountability plan, with the purpose being to look at what you do as a school district. LCAP is then focused for us around $4.5 million on what we can do above and beyond for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English language learners, and foster homeless youth. We're in a unique position this year in that we also have some additional state and federal funds coming in that Mr. Pinkerton's doing a great job of trying to figure out how to shuffle those 3 different funding sources so that we can use that efficiently and wisely. Some of those sources need to be spent this year, and some of those we can try to stretch to make last for the 3 years. And then of course our LCAP plan, this is the first of 3-year funding. So it's a unique year in that those 3 funding sources need to be blended. What you will see today says LCAP supplemental. So then Ryan will need to do his work to figure out what should be spent for this year, what's allowable in those funding sources, and how we can allocate that. So I'm happy to share my screen and go through the first draft here. So here you will see the draft of the local control accountability plan. You will notice that even just this draft of goals, actions, and budget is 26 pages. So I will not be reading 26 pages to you. What I did was highlight some of the key things to bring to your attention. And of course, the full document is attached and you can look through that. I know that, Rick and Diane and lots of people that contributed to this are here as well. So feel free to add in as need be. So let me go through just highlighting some key portions. You'll remember that we have 3 focus areas. Our first focus area is our desire for high student academic achievement for all students. So the first piece there, that's what we know from research, is that you have first best instruction for students. You get the best bang for your buck for those students in need. So notice here, you will see professional development. I think you just heard some of that desire for that, including new teacher academies, summer PD, kind of a kickstart conference looking at what could be available just right before school starts, as well as summer planning time for grade levels and departments to start doing some key work while they have kind of mind clear and able to do that. As you know, we've talked about the power of an education CIA, right? Curriculum instruction assessment. So you'll notice here piloting of some additional EL materials for secondary as well as for newcomers. If I take you on down a little further, we still have Don Addis recommend as our EL teacher on special assignment. I'm going to take you a little further down to looking at instructional strategies. So in B, you will see here are some things that we need to do within Teach Boost and Teachscape to keep giving valuable feedback on instruction. You'll notice professional development opportunities there. And then I'll move you on to integration. You'll notice capital C. What we heard a lot from students is their desire for integrated, for hands-on, for opportunities for engaging strategies. So here you see, for example, one of the ways that we're looking to do that is through iInnovate. This is a really exciting partnership with the foundation. So part of that, we're recommending a 0.5 principal on special assignment. That would be partially funded by the school district and partially funded by the foundation, as well as the continued work of Katie and Sarah that have done a fantastic job. Talk about being flexible and nimble in this time to help still make an impact on creating the iInnovate labs and then starting to do that deeper work of lesson integration. Did you want to jump in, Mr. Buckman?
Just a quick question.
Go for
So iInnovate, so the iInnovate labs, are they making use of the makerspace that we saw previously? Is that where those are going in?
Yeah, so right now the iInnovate has been elementary focused for what used to be the computer labs.
Okay.
So when you think about how we used to walk students down the hall, right, to go use the computer lab, not needed anymore as those resources are now inside the classroom. So it's repurposing those labs to say, what could they be for real future thinking?
And I just want to go back to, and I just want to say, I'm happy to see funds being expended to the new phonics programs, which I think will help our kids reading.
Great point. Yes, our data is showing a real need there. So great focus there. So let me keep moving on down here. You could see the need for ed tech leadership continuing there. Devices, I know board, it's been important to you to make sure that students have access to Wi-Fi as well as devices. Jeremy's done an amazing job at staying proactive and ahead of that across the district. And so funds will continue to be allocated there, although at a reduced amount compared to what you've seen before because of how many we were kind of put in an emergency situation to purchase. We'll continue with online resources. To me, one neat thing to look at there when you're looking at the learning platforms is really kind of one of the silver linings of COVID is that people were able to look at what were the really impactful pieces of technology that we could look at. Jennifer O'Hagan's done a great job of surveying teachers, saying which are the pieces we need to keep and what would be great that we can learn from what we've done in order to continue moving that forward. You'll see there that Aries Analytics is highlighted. I'm really excited about what Aries Analytics will be able to do for the school district when it looks at progress monitoring, when it looks at data on an ongoing basis. You know, you'll remember that we changed our student information system to Aries, right, as COVID was hitting. And kudos to IS&T for being able to continue moving forward with that. So Aries Analytics will be a focus as well as FastBridge. I know y'all have heard about the reading, math, and even social emotional through SABRS that we'll be able to utilize those systems for. So great data opportunities there for Aries Analytics and FastBridge. Let me bring your attention here a little further down to leadership and coaching. So we're going to have some new school site leaders this coming year. So the other 0.5 of that suggested iInnovate would be looking at summer experience that I know Dr. Prater mentioned earlier, really taking a really fresh new look at how we can pay teachers their per diem rate to attract fantastic instruction and really repurpose that. Part of that would be also looking at principal leadership, which I think it is a great opportunity when we have some change in that area to make sure that everyone's really focused on great leadership there. I know this board values CTE. So you'll see, luckily, we still have great grants coming in. So you'll notice the funding sources there are primarily through grants and continuing that career technical education focus. Mr. Buckman?
Thank you very much. Amazing stuff. We did hear earlier from Pac Beach about access to the labs. Has that percolated up to the LCAP?
Yeah, one of the things you'll notice here is the ongoing support for project-based learning, specifically for Pac Beach, and you'll see a line that we've always had dedicated there. Also, there's other things that are kind of brewing at Pacific Beach where they've had some good hands-on kind of elective opportunities and that kind of thing. You'll remember like the skateboard construction and that sort of thing. And the neat thing is Mr. Dowler's really exploring with ISLA and even with the foundation about how can they create some career technical education opportunities right on Pac Beach's campus. Because although the, like skateboarding, that kind of thing was great, kids love doing it, we want to make sure it's also focused on career and, future job opportunities, just like you heard from the student today. So there's definitely focus there specific to Pac Beach in that area.
I think one of the things for Dowler is interested in classes that focus on the construction trades.
Exactly.
So that's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, really neat to see that career focus. So you'll see our visual.
So I'm
Yes, please.
sorry. Sorry, go ahead and I'll come back to it.
Sounds good. So you'll see here visual and performing arts where we have elementary band as well, band and music, choir, with extra funds there to support that, as we know that those kind of engaging opportunities are incredibly good for kids. So I know you've heard a lot about MTSS, right? So a multi-tiered system of support. And there are a lot of additional funds and reallocation of funds dedicated to that work. So Laura Storm with Rick Mayfield have really been working carefully on how can we build a multi-tiered system of support that is highly impactful for our students. You'll remember even pre-COVID that we were hearing from staff that we need a system of interventions and support. You heard even in the feedback today that interventions and support for students is an important piece that needs to be built. And then COVID came and it really put an emphasis on the need for us to progress monitor, to understand our data deeply, and to build systems that support students that are needing that. So you're going to see here the principal and special assignment, as well as MTSS teachers that are designated to school sites, as well as a big increase in instructional aides so that that targeted instruction can take place at the school sites. You'll notice here, this is where the summer experience, you can see a big increase to that cost. So one of the big things to think about there is that over time in the past, we were paying teacher hourly. And I think we all believe that when you really put a big commitment on high quality instruction and really getting people to engage in incredible opportunities, we want to pay them at their per diem rate. So therefore, you'll see a huge increase in the cost there, and that really needs some focus. So that on the principal and special assignment that we said would be iInnovate, principal development, and then you'll notice the other piece here, a focus on summer school. iInnovate being funded more by the foundation, and this part being funded through the LCAP. Next, you'll notice AVID, which of course is an incredible secondary school. It needs our focus and attention to help close the achievement gap, but it's a great intervention for secondary schools. You'll see, please.
Under the AVID, it talks about providing funding for the SAT fees. And are we not providing funding for other students that need SAT fees? Is it only for AVID students?
So anything through the College Board, you can apply if you qualify. Usually you turn in tax forms, or if you are socioeconomically disadvantaged, you can qualify for a greatly reduced rate. There are some circumstances where a student doesn't qualify, and so therefore this would help pay for that. And any student, whether they're an Avid or not, that qualifies then has, I think it's $5 instead of the 89.
Okay, and so I know Avid promotes that with its students strongly, taking the SATs. Is there a mechanism that our other students know that they can access the SAT funding?
Yes, absolutely. The
Okay.
high schools do a great job of communicating to everyone that the financial barrier shouldn't be a reason why you're
Thank you.
not taking it. You bet. Okay, I covered that part. You'll notice here Mr. O'Connor's role as working with the secondary schools as well as the adult education focus, and looking at support for him with a teacher on special assignment. Next, you'll notice the math supports that we're knowing that we need reading, writing, math, as well as EL. Here, you're going to notice LLI, professional development. It's really looking at related to the MTSS structure. How can we help keep developing teachers and developing those that are giving instruction in reading to address that small group reading and to do so in a high quality manner. You'll see an increase in a focus here for EL supports, and I know secondary is currently analyzing their schedules and looking at how secondary schools can also make sure that they're addressing the needs of their EL students. With special education, I know you've heard from Ms. Frost great things about co-teaching and continuing a focus there. So in that section, you will notice some additional supports for special education.
Could I ask a question about
Please.
this? I was a little confused about this because my understanding is that that special education funding was supposed to be kept, special education targeted students were supposed to be kept separate from our LCAP students because it was supposed to be paid for through special education funds. Can you talk to me a little bit about that and what the focus on this is and how that separation has occurred?
Yeah, I'll give the general answer, and then I see Ms. Frost with her microphone. I'll show, well, feel free to jump in too. The general piece is that at the beginning of the LCAP, it was purely those three groups. Then over time, there was a shift to say, let's kind of use special education kind of a filter, that you even run this plan through your SELPA and think about special education students. They didn't call out and say it's a specific fourth group, but they did say kind of let's run it through your SELPA and make sure that you're looking at it through that lens. Diane, is there things to add?
You know, you hit it right on the head. Our SELPA is helping us out with this. They've gone so far as to say that even our special education improvement plan, they want to see parts of that in the LCAP. So you'll see that throughout the LCAP as well. This section right here looks really closely at co-teaching. We want to increase the least restrictive environment for our kiddos, get them in the mainstream, training of our paraeducators. So all of that added into LCAP just to support these kiddos.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, as I continue here, you're going to see an increase for preschools, for TK, for K. You'll notice the increase in aid time. So what we're looking at is having students there for the full day for pre-K, TK, and K. And then Mr. Mayfield will be working closely with those groups to figure out what could that look like and the logistics of what the programs might look like, knowing that students and families at that age need students there for the full day. So figuring out what that looks like, but we did go ahead and do some increase there while they're working on what the program more specifically would look like.
Ms. McGrath?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. With the expansion of looking at our preschool, will we need to look at, I don't know, modifying playgrounds?
I don't believe that a playground would need to be modified. I don't know, Ryan, if you know anything else about that. That a lot of efforts have gone into the playgrounds that are accessed by that age, and they're appropriate for that age group. So not that I know of.
I guess the only thing is because I know that, you know, like at Monarch Grove, there was that specific kind of playground. So it was just kind of a question. I didn't know if that's something that would need to be looked at as we, try to do this. So that's all.
It's a good question, especially as we expand. It's not just playgrounds, but also I would say like restroom facilities for students in classrooms. If we expand TK, pre-K, so there are facility issues that go along with it. We have been kind of updating those as we've gone through school sites and including preschool, kindergarten areas, those types of things. So, but definitely something to continue to consider.
Next is social emotional needs. So as you know, our focus 3 has always been culture of care. And as a board, you've always had that as a focus. But as we also know, COVID has really put an emphasis on the need for social emotional needs to be addressed, human connection. And we heard a lot about relationships and the need for that in our varying input from stakeholders. So here you're going to notice some increases and some focus on social emotional needs. You'll see things like a second step with a consistent curriculum. I will note that Shelley Benson has done a great job as our counselor on special assignment with that need really being really elevated and prevalent right now. There's also some increase you will find on MFTs and therapeutic supports at school sites, as well as looking at our Family Resource Center. As you know, kind of that collaborative effort, you've always had a real emphasis on Family Resource Centers and helping our families as a whole. It was neat to see our foundation kind of, join beside you in helping to raise funds for that. There's been some emphasis on those needs, maybe even need to continue over the summer. You'll notice here more second step, Family Resource Center focus, and an obvious emphasis on social emotional needs for students. So wrapping up here, I think these last few pieces, of course, we will continue to focus on campus safety. We have our campus supervisors, as well as the contracts with the police departments, that it's been a big help. A focus on trauma-informed care. We did hear a lot in input about that specific professional development being desired. And then wrapping up here at the bottom with our equity work. So as you heard earlier today, the equity leadership team and the additional work there for this year in that area. So that is our first draft of the goals, the actions, budgets related to that. And as I noted earlier, LCAP is the way that most of those are funded. And Mr. Pinkerton will think about those 3 different funding sources and how we can utilize that. The next time you see it, you will also see metrics connected to it.
Okay.
So that's the piece of today, you're only seeing goals, actions, budget. We will be looking at how can we accurately measure the effectiveness of these steps and what we can do to check progress and to continue to monitor that. So that's draft 1. I look forward to bringing back the second adjusted draft based on feedback at the next meeting.
Great. I'd like to go to the public now. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the board on item 11.01, initial draft local control accountability plan ideas and actions? Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment on this, bring it back to the board. Are there board members who have comments about this? Mr. Buckman?
Yes, thanks, Chris. Amazing amount of work every year. This was a crazy, crazy year, and I don't know how you guys did it, but you did it. I guess one of my interests is, we just saw the Youth Truth Survey, and it was like, what, 90% of the kids, and a huge part of staff, and 29% of parents. And as I remember we do a survey each year, and I think we had less than 10% response. So I'm guessing maybe you guys can pick up some tips from Youth Truth. And I just wondered, there are some groups out there that might be interesting to contact. Any outreach to like the Diversity Coalition, Race Matters, NAACP, Latino Outreach, and I think there's a group that brings together all the religious communities. Have we approached them maybe? Are we interested in approaching them?
I think Common Ground has been pretty deliberate about bringing representatives from a wide variety of those groups and making sure that those voices are heard there, as well as equity leadership team having a range of perspectives on there very deliberately.
Okay, and then there was something that was referred to as the National Student Clearinghouse. Can you help me understand what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. That is a service that will pull data for us and look at from a national level how our students are doing.
Wow.
And we bring that data forward of it looks at secondary data and brings that information forward. And we tend to present that data to you when we're bringing secondary data forward each year.
And that's new?
We've had it in the past. No,
We
it's
have,
been there
okay.
since for a
I'm
while.
sorry, I didn't see it in the
No
past.
worries.
There's been, I always bring this up. I don't know. When we get down to focus area 3A, it's create communication opportunities with parents and staff. I appreciate all the work. This time, we're gonna have 45 newsletter articles and something else. And it's just, parents just are so important, and we've seen it and we know it, especially this year. Just my understanding of the LCAP process is really to tap into parents and to help them. And so I'm just, maybe we could do 55 newsletter articles. And so I just share that as a concern when I read this. Otherwise, I'm just like, I'm just blown away. There's just so much here. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Other comments from board members? Mrs. Frame?
Thank you, Ms. McGrath, and thank you for everybody who participated on this. One thing that I was noticing, or was trying to find my comments, I don't want to take up anybody's time, is when I was looking at the document, and I know it's a draft, one of the things I was noticing, some things, are kind of repeat. We've been doing them for a while. And so I'm, wondering if we have been doing some things, is there a way to kind of know how effective they'll be, in the future, and how will we kind of go forward to, and are there twists that we're improving them? So I wish I could give you a better example. And I know that you're looking at the metrics to try to do that. The other thing was, and I really appreciate this, is the I apologize. I kind of lost my train of thought.
No worries.
So, oh, I know. One of the things that I noticed on, and this is a really small thing. So, some of the, I get a little bit nervous with consultants and in services, only because the in services pull staff away from our students. And so even though we want better training and our staff to be trained, so there's that balance. And consultants always makes me feel like, well, that's not really direct services to students. And even though some of them can be helpful, and one of the things that I keep hearing from teachers, and when I'm looking at this, is they feel like they have enough books. I mean, like, no more books. And so one of the things is, some of the things we may need to continue to do, but if we could look and say, we've been doing this, do we need to keep doing it for some of those things in a way? And I appreciate the mindful, the thought, because really this is that plan that's going to kind of move us forward. And there's a great deal of emphasis on that, MTSS, that we're really trying to move our students and all students in a great way. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
What else? Well, this is, obviously a ton of work. I was thinking back to probably 5 years ago when we get this document, and it was sort of difficult to decipher and well over 100 pages. I believe it was, anybody remember, it was about 140 pages, something like that. some incredible number. I'm glad to see that it's been simplified and made more readable, less dense. I really look forward, as Mrs. Frame, and I think the rest of us look forward to seeing the metrics, because I think, Evelyn, that perhaps answers the question that you have, assuming, we can start comparing apples to apples, see what works and what doesn't work. And I think then that's something that the district will have an interest in, is if it's not working, why are we spending money on it, right? So thank you all so much. And
Yes.
I know this will come back 2 more times. Hopefully we'll get more public comment. We'll be able to have it earlier in the meeting. But these are important times, and these are important meetings and important things to say. Is there anybody else from the board who has a comment on this? Okay, this was just a discussion item. We did go to the public on it. So now we need to move on to item 11.02, Assistant Superintendent of Instructional Services Contract Approval, Dr. Prater.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Unger. I, have reviewed with the board that, and everyone knows that Kim McGrath is going to depart us and go to Reed Union School District in Tiburon in Marin County. She'll be a fantastic superintendent, and those are some big shoes to fill, figuratively. I'm tired. Okay. However, what I will say is we have such a great team, and Diane Frost has agreed to accept my request to place her in the Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services position. What you have before you is her contract. This contract was developed by your attorney, Mike Smith, has been reviewed by him, presented to Ms. Frost, and Ms. Frost has agreed that this is acceptable. It's a 2-year contract. Normally we do 3-year contracts for these. However, she is pretty darn determined to retire after the 2 years. And she's just had an amazing career, and she will do a fantastic job in this role. And Kim has agreed to coach her and develop her in this transition. And so Diane will hit the ground running in June. And when we start back up in August in the new year, she'll do a fantastic job. So I put this before you for your consideration, and I'm anxious and interested in working with Ms. Frost.
So before I go to the public, Diane, I just want to remind you that 30+ years, you're just starting out. Lots of people work to 40 years, and I just want to invite you to do that, right? So you don't have to leave so quickly.
I will definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. So I'm going to go to the public to see if there's anyone from the public who would like to comment on item 11.02. Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Would someone like to make a motion? Effort?
Well, I have a comment as well. I just
Yes.
wanted to point out that at this time of year, as these transitions are occurring, how you have very challenging jobs already. And during this time, Ms. McGrath, you are working, doing your current job. You are providing orientation for your replacement, and you are working on relocating to a new town. Ms. Frost, you are doing your current job, you are working with your replacement, and you are learning this job. So, it takes, I really admire your intellect, your flexibility, your willingness to do this at this time, and we very much appreciate it. And having said that, I would very much like to make a motion to approve approve the contract for our incoming Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Looks like Mark is seconding in this. Is there any further discussion? Mrs. Sheffer. Mr. Buckman. Yes. Ms. Dobler-Drew.
Yes.
Dr. Eisendrath Rogers. Ms. Frame,
Yes.
and I am a yes. Motion carries 6-0 with one absence. Let's move on.
Thank you all very much.
You're welcome. Sorry. Let's move on to item 11.03, proposed new board bylaw 9012, board member electronic communications. First reading, Ms. McGrath.
Thank you. So board bylaw 9012, this is actually a proposed new board bylaw. So you will notice that this came as a suggestion from Gamut. You can imagine why, electronic communications being a key issue. So it does talk about what board members need to keep in mind. It did go through your channels as well as the subcommittee, adding information there. Since it's the first reading, I would suggest it to come back to a second reading.
Thank you. And I couldn't agree more that this is a very important issue. Thanks to the board subcommittee working on this. I don't know if people realize how important this is. Is there anybody who would like to move this forward? Or is everybody good with this? Okay, good. Item number 1104, proposed revisions, board policy 6145.7, sexual harassment.
Thank you.
You know what? I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot to go to the public on 11.03. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address us on 11.03, which was board member electronic communication? Being no one, I'm sorry. Let's go to item 11.04. Sorry, Mrs.
No problem. Thanks. This is sexual harassment related to students. So keep that one in mind as you're looking over. This is an established board policy. It did go through the proper procedures and your subcommittee looked at it. You can see a lot of clarification added there, as well as some legal updates that occurred about responses that need to take place and timelines for that. Since this is the first reading, I would recommend it coming back as a second.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Big no, and I'll bring it back to the board. Is the board in concurrence that this return for a second? Comments on this? Okay, we'll return this for a second reading. 11.05, revisions to board policy 6161.1, selection and evaluation of instructional materials, first reading. And back to you, Ms.
Thank you. So this really looks at kind of defining the board's role when it comes to instructional materials, and then looks at more specifically the district's role. So the board being that the board shall adopt instructional materials, and it helps define that process. So also went through the proper channels, and first reading, I would recommend it come back for second.
Anybody from the public that would like to address the board on item 11.05, proposed revisions to board policy 6161.1? Is there anybody from the board that would like to talk about this? We in concurrence then that we bring this back for a second reading? Okay, we'll bring this back for a second reading. Finally, 11.06, proposed revisions to board policy 6145.5, student organizations and equal access, first reading.
Thank you. Yes, the board's always had a deep commitment to ensuring equal access. And so this really looks at student organizations and how they're handled, thinking about clubs, student groups, et cetera. Your subcommittee did make some important changes to this one as well. And so I would recommend it coming back for a second reading.
Yeah, and as we do that, would it be possible to get this section, I think it's the second, in order to maintain a closed forum on school campuses, only student initiated groups that relate directly to the curriculum shall be allowed to meet on school premises during non-instructional time. Can we get a clear definition of what's closed forum and open forum? And if we don't adopt that section, what does that mean? And we're open forum, and what does that mean for us?
Great.
especially what does it mean for us in terms of liability and the possible need for security?
Happy to bring that back.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Is there anybody from the board that? Okay. Is everybody in agreement that we bring it back for a second? Okay, we'll bring this back for a second reading as well. All right, move on to the action consent agenda. Please let me know if you'd like me to pull from it. 12.01 acceptance of donations. 12.02 disposal of surplus. 12.03 approval of warrants and payroll. 12.04 approval of certificated and classified personnel items. 12.05 approval of furniture and equipment requests. 12.06 approval of purchase orders and CalCard purchases. 12.07 approval of NPS/A agreement 2021-2022. 12.08 proposed revisions to board policy 3111 bids, second reading. 12.09 proposed revisions to board policy 3516 emergencies disaster preparedness, second reading. 12.10 proposed revisions to board policy 4119.42, 4219.42, 4319.43 exposure control plan for bloodborne pathogens, second reading. Proposed revisions to board policy 4119.43, 4219.43, and 4319.43 universal precautions, second reading. And finally, 12.12 proposed revisions to board policy 4312.1 management supervisory personnel contracts, second reading. Nobody had pulled anything from this. Would someone like to make a motion for items 12.01 to 12.12?
I'd like to make that motion, Chris.
We have a
Thanks.
motion for 12.01 to 12.12, second by Ms. Dobler-Drew. Is there any comments from board members? Is there anybody from the public that wants to address us on these items? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. See, I think it was Mark made the motion. Okay, Mark? Eve?
Yes.
Dr. Eisendrath Rogers? Yes. Evelyn?
Yes.
Ellen? And I'm a yes, motion carries 6-0 with one absence. Is there anyone who wishes to address the board for item number 13.02 advanced agenda? Okay, let's move on to reports by board members. Like to.
Just enjoyed visiting 3 schools since the last time we met. Pacheco and San Luis High and Bishop's Peak. And it's very exciting to see the students back as well as the beautiful Measure D work. And it looks like that there's a pattern here. The elementary schools are looking like high schools now, and the high schools are looking like colleges. Pushing it all up, level by level. Thank you.
Other people, well, not seeing anybody. Well, thank you to everybody and thanks for hanging in there. We did really important work tonight. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Take care, everyone. Good night.